Come now, and find your rest. Let the weight of the day settle, and then release it, like a heavy cloak you have carried for far too long. Allow your body to grow still, to feel the gentle support of the surface beneath you. Take a soft, slow breath in, and as you breathe out, let go of all that is holding you. Let go of the lists, the worries, the conversations of the day. They are outside of this room, outside of this moment. Here, there is only quiet and the sound of my voice to guide you. Feel the air around you, a gentle and calming presence. Notice the subtle shift as your body begins to sink deeper into comfort, deeper into tranquility. With each breath, you are traveling, not across land or sea, but inward and backward, to a time before time. Let your mind drift, untethered, floating away from the shores of the waking world. We are going to a place of profound stillness, a place of pure beginning, where the first and only thought was peace. Allow yourself to drift, to float, to simply be. Before the first mountain was raised, before the first star was kindled, before the very concept of a beginning had a name, there was the void. But do not think of this as an empty or lonely place. Think of it as a place of infinite potential, a silence not of absence, but of waiting. It was a deep and gentle darkness, boundless and without measure, and it was filled with a single, perfect consciousness. He was called Eru, the One. In the tongues of a world yet to be, he would be called Ilúvatar, the All-Father. He was not a shape nor a form, but a presence that was the void and also beyond it. His thought was the only reality, and his being was a state of perfect, unending peace. For ages that cannot be counted, for there was nothing to count them by, he was alone. And in that solitude, he dreamed. His thoughts were vast and beautiful, intricate and harmonious. And from these thoughts, other beings began to take shape. They were the Ainur, the holy ones, the offspring of his thought. Imagine them, not as figures of flesh and bone, but as shimmering spirits, each one a unique and beautiful facet of his own mind. One was born from a thought of the vast, open sky and the endless breath of the wind. Another from a thought of the deep, secret places of the earth, of stone and metal sleeping in the dark. Another still was conceived from a thought of water, of its power and its gentleness, its patient, shaping force. And another, a thought of light itself, of the silver gleam of distant stars in a velvet darkness. They came into being not with a sudden shock, but as a slow and gentle unfurling, like the petals of a flower opening in a dawn that had not yet been created. Each of the Ainur was a spirit of immense power and understanding, for they were born of the mind of the One. They were given the flame imperishable, the secret fire of creation that burned at the heart of their being, a gift from Ilúvatar that made each of them a living, thinking, feeling entity. And for a time, they dwelt with Ilúvatar in the timeless halls, in the quiet of the void, each one contemplating the part of his mind from which they were made. They were separate, yet they were one, a silent chorus of divine thought. They did not yet know the full extent of their own being, nor the full mind of their Creator, for no one Ainur could comprehend it all. But in their communion, they began to understand each other, and through each other, they began to see more of the magnificent whole. Then, one day, Ilúvatar gathered them all together. A thought, a summons, rippled through the stillness, and they came before him, their gentle lights and silent spirits arrayed in the boundless hall of his presence. He looked upon them, the children of his mind, and he spoke to them, not in words, for words had not yet been made, but in a way far deeper. He proposed a theme. A great and mighty theme grew in the void before them, a concept of such beauty and power that it filled the Ainur with awe. It was not a command, but an invitation to create together. He wished for them to take this theme and, from it, to make a great music, a symphony of their own voices and their own understanding. He told them that he would sit and listen, and he would be glad that through them such great beauty had been wakened into song. The Ainur listened, their spirits absorbing the grand design. The theme was a seed, and within it they could feel the shape of things to come. They could feel the whisper of high, cold air, the slow, grinding patience of stone, the vast, deep silence of the sea, and the brilliant, piercing light of stars. It was a theme of order and of life, of grandeur and of subtlety, and it resonated within each of them. And so they began to sing. At first, the voices were hesitant, like the first few drops of a coming rain. A single, pure note would rise, shimmering in the darkness, and then another would join it, and another. Soon, the tentative notes grew into chords, and the chords into melodies, and the timeless halls began to fill with sound. Imagine that sound. It was a music unlike any that any mortal ear has ever heard. The voices of the Ainur were like instruments of impossible beauty. Some were deep and resonant, like the foundations of the world. Others were high and clear, like the ringing of crystal in a silent chamber. There were voices that flowed like mighty rivers, and voices that soared like eagles on the wind. Harps and lutes, trumpets and viols, organs of immense power and flutes of delicate, whispering grace. All these were but faint echoes of the glorious sounds they made. And as they sang, the void was filled with more than just sound. It was filled with light and color. The music became a tangible thing, a swirling, weaving tapestry of creation. Deep violet and sapphire blues flowed from the voices that sang of the deep oceans and the endless night sky. Brilliant golds and silvers burst forth from the themes of light and precious metals. Soft, living greens and earthy browns began to weave together as the music spoke of forests and fields that were not yet real. The harmony grew and grew until it was a living, breathing ocean of sound that filled all of existence. The Ainur were lost in the joy of their creation. They poured their very being into the music, each one contributing their own unique understanding of the theme. Manwe, the one who understood the winds and the skies best, sang of the high airs, of the swift flight of birds, and the movement of clouds. His music was a soaring, clear melody that lifted the hearts of all who heard it. Ulmo, the Lord of Waters, who had dwelt alone in the deep places of Ilúvatar's thought, sang a music that was deep and powerful, sometimes calm and gentle like a still lake, and sometimes thunderous and mighty like a storm-tossed sea. His theme ran beneath all the others, a current of profound and mysterious power. And Alla, the smith, whose thought was of the substance of the world, of rock and metal, sang a theme of structure and of making. His was the music of the mountains, the deep, resonant percussion of the hammer on the anvil, the patient and skillful shaping of the earth itself. The themes intertwined, the voices blending in a harmony so perfect, so complete, that the Ainur themselves were amazed by what they were creating. The music flowed out and around them, and it was no longer just music, but a story, a living history of a world unfolding in song. But there was one among them who was mightiest of all. His name was Melkor. He had been given the greatest gifts of power and knowledge of all the Ainur, and he had a share in the gifts of all his brethren. He had often wandered alone into the void, seeking the flame imperishable for himself, for he was filled with a desire to bring into being things of his own devising. He grew impatient with the stillness, and a fire of pride and willfulness burned within him. He did not wish to merely embellish the theme of Ilúvatar. He wished to weave into it matters of his own imagining, things that were not in harmony with his creator. And so, as the great music swelled to its most glorious peak, a new sound began to be heard. At first, it was subtle. A single note held a fraction too long, a chord just slightly out of key. But it grew. Melkor began to weave his own themes into the symphony. His music was loud and proud and repetitive. It was a theme of endless, bitter cold and of searing, destructive heat. It was a music of might and tyranny, seeking not to blend, but to dominate. A discord rose in the midst of the celestial harmony. The beautiful melodies began to falter, to become confused. The soaring themes of Manwë were now met with a shrieking, violent wind. The deep, flowing music of Ulmo was challenged by a boiling, raging tempest. The patient, strong music of Aule was assaulted by a thunderous, grinding clamor that sought only to break and to shatter. Some of the Ainur nearest to him were dismayed, and their own music faltered. Their concentration was broken, and their thoughts became discordant. Others, drawn to the power and the seeming splendor of his theme, began to attune their own music to his, forsaking the original theme of Ilúvatar for the proud and empty clamor of Melkor. The conflict of sound grew greater, and the glorious harmony was overcome by a warring storm of noise. The halls that had been filled with such beauty were now filled with a tempest. But Ilúvatar sat and listened, and as the discord reached its most violent peak, he raised his left hand, and a new theme began. It was like the first, yet different. It was deeper, wider, and filled with a profound and immeasurable sorrow. It was a theme that acknowledged the pain and the strife that Melkor had introduced, but it was not defeated by it. Instead, it took the harsh and cruel notes of the discord and began to weave them into its own pattern, creating something new, something of tragic and wondrous beauty. The sound of weeping, of loss, of suffering was now a part of the music, and yet it made the whole more poignant, more profound. The new theme swelled, and it seemed to fill the halls with a soft, mournful light. The Ainur who had remained true to Ilúvatar took it up, and their voices now sang with a new depth of understanding. They sang of patience in sorrow, of hope in darkness, and of the courage that is born from loss. But the pride of Melkor would not be subdued. He rose up against this new theme with an even greater fury. His discord became a raging, defiant clamor, a music of fire and wrath and utter darkness. The sound of his trumpets was like 1,000 armies clashing in battle, and his voice was a roar that sought to drown out all else. The very foundations of the timeless halls seemed to shake with the violence of the conflict. Then Ilúvatar rose, and his face was stern. He raised his right hand, and behold, a third theme grew in the silence. This theme was unlike the others. It was slow and sweet at first, like the delicate sound of rain on leaves, but it was unassailable. It could not be overcome. It gathered power and majesty, and it was a theme of overwhelming hope and ultimate triumph. It took the beauty of the first theme and the sorrow of the second, and the raging fury of the discord, and it wove them all together into a final, magnificent, and intricate tapestry of sound. The two musics warred against each other, a symphony of opposites. In the very heart of Melkor's most triumphant and deafening roar, a single, gentle note from the third theme would sound, piercing the darkness like a solitary star. And in the midst of the most beautiful and sorrowful passages of Ilúvatar's music, a deep and bitter undertone of the discord could still be heard. The universe was being born not of simple harmony, but of a vast and complex counterpoint, of light and shadow, of joy and sorrow, forever intertwined. At last, as the music reached a crescendo that was both terrible and beautiful, Ilúvatar rose for the last time. He raised both his hands, and with a single, final chord, a chord of immense finality and power that was beyond all hearing, the music ceased. And there was silence. But it was not the empty silence of the beginning. It was a silence that held the echo of everything that had been sung. In the stillness, Ilúvatar spoke to the Ainur. "Mighty are the Ainur," he said, his voice now like a quiet, calm bell. "And mightiest among them is Melkor, but he shall learn, and all the Ainur shall learn, that I am Ilúvatar, and those things which you have sung, I will show them to you, that you may see what you have made." And as he spoke, the Ainur were no longer in the void. They found themselves in a new place, a place of vision. Before them, the world they had sung into being now hung like a sphere in the darkness. They saw it all. They saw the great oceans, the rising of the lands, the flowing of the rivers. They saw the clouds gathering in the sky and the rain falling upon the earth. They saw the forests grow and the stars being kindled one by one in the high heavens. The music had become a world. Every note, every harmony, every clashing discord had found its place in the great story of this new reality. They saw the coming of life, and they saw powers, which they recognized as themselves, shaping and ordering this new world. And they saw, too, the marring of Melkor's discord. They saw cruel cold where there should have been warmth, and violent fires where there should have been gentle light. They saw darkness and shadow, and suffering woven into the very fabric of the world. And then, a new thing appeared in the vision, a thing that had not been in the theme they were given, but had come from Ilúvatar alone. They saw the coming of the children of Ilúvatar, the Elves, the firstborn, waking under the stars, and men, the second-born, who would follow after. The Ainur looked upon them with wonder and with love, for the children were fairer and more subtle than anything they had themselves conceived. They were the ultimate purpose of the music, the story for which the world was but a stage. The vision played out, showing them the long and winding history of the world, its triumphs and its sorrows, its great wars and its quiet moments of peace. And when the vision had shown them all, it was taken away, and they were once more in the quiet presence of Ilúvatar. A deep love for this vision, this world of Arda, had been kindled in the hearts of the Ainur. They longed for it. They longed to make it real, to go down into it and to build and shape and nurture it, to bring it to the fullness of the glory they had seen. And Ilúvatar, seeing their desire, spoke one last time. "I know the desire of your minds," he said, "that what you have seen should be, not only in your thought, but that it should be as you are, and yet other. Therefore I say, let these things be, and I will send forth into the void the flame imperishable, and it shall be at the heart of the world, and the world shall be." and those of you that will may go down into it. And with that final, divine utterance, the world was made. Far off in the void, a light was kindled, and many of the greatest and most powerful of the Ainur turned their thoughts and their being away from the timeless halls, away from the side of their Creator, and made a great journey down into the new reality. They would give up their place with Ilúvatar to become a part of the world they had helped to sing into being, to love it, to guard it, and to prepare it for the coming of the children. They are the Valar, the powers of the world. And their story, the story of the shaping of the lands and the kindling of the first light, is a story for another time, for another peaceful dream. For now, just rest. Rest in the echo of that great music. Feel the deep, resonant peace of that final, perfect chord. The world has been born in song, a song of immense beauty, a song of light and shadow. And now, all is quiet. All is still. Let the silence hold you. Let the darkness be a soft blanket. And allow yourself to drift now, deeper and deeper, into a peaceful and well-deserved sleep. Sleep now. Sleep. Breathe in and out. Let the echo of creation settle around you, a deep and resonant hum that fades into a profound and gentle silence. The vision of the world, born from music, has been given its own life, its own being. And now, you drift within it, a silent observer in the dawn of time. The great Ainur, who chose to enter this new world, have passed from the timeless halls into the confines of time and space. They have descended into the world they helped to sing, a world they love, a world they now find is not as the vision foretold. For the vision was perfect, a jewel of thought held in the mind of Ilúvatar. But the reality, this new place called Arda, is still unformed. It is a realm of vapor and shadow, of swirling, chaotic elements without shape or purpose. The seas and the lands are not yet divided. The air is a thick, turbulent mist. There is no light save for a dim, starless gloom that hangs over all. It is a world waiting to be made, a song waiting to be sung into substance. Imagine this primordial chaos, not as a violent storm, but as a deep, quiet, and boundless ocean of possibility. Feel yourself floating in this nascent world, where everything is potential and nothing is yet fixed. Into this quiet turmoil come the Valar, the powers of the world. They are the great ones, the Ainur who have bound themselves to Arda, to tend it and shape it until the coming of the children of Ilúvatar. They look upon the formless world and they remember the music. They remember the mountains and forests, the rivers and shores they saw in the vision, and they set themselves to their long and patient labor. At their head is Manwe Sulimo, Lord of the Breath of Arda. He does not yet have a mountain throne, for there are no mountains. He is a presence in the vast, swirling airs. Feel his coming not as a great wind, but as the first clear breath the world has ever taken. The thick vapors begin to thin, to separate. A gentle, sighing breeze begins to move through the gloom, carrying with it a sense of clarity, of height, and of serene purpose. Manwe's thought is for the sky, for the high places, for the sweet air that will one day fill the lungs of living things. He is the first to begin the ordering of the chaos, gently, patiently. And with him is his spouse, Varda, the Lady of the Stars. She looks upon the darkness of the new world and finds it sorrowful. In the vision, there was light. Here, there is only shadow. Her very being is attuned to light, and so she gathers the faint, residual dews of silver light from the cosmos, the last echoes of the great music, and she begins to kindle the first ancient stars. Imagine now, in the endless dark, a single point of silver fire appears, and then another, and another. They are not yet the bright, clear stars of a later age, but they are a beginning. They are faint and far away, like diamonds scattered on black velvet, and their light is a cool, gentle balm in the overwhelming dark. Varda's work is silent, meticulous, a quiet promise of the dawns to come. Let your mind rest on this image, the vast, silent dark, now touched with the first delicate pinpricks of Varda's starlight. But their labor is not unopposed, for Melkor too has descended into Arda. He was the first and mightiest of the Ainur to enter the New World, and he claims it for his own. Where the Valar seek to build and shape according to the vision, Melkor seeks only to dominate and to unmake. His presence is a dissonant hum beneath the patient work of the others. While Manwë clears the air, Melkor fills it with choking fumes and a bitter, biting cold. While Varda kindles her stars, Melkor weaves vast clouds of utter blackness to shroud them. He is the force of entropy, of chaos that desires no order, and so begins the first great contention for the world. This is not a war of trumpets and clashing swords. It is a war of creation, a slow, immense struggle of opposing wills played out across the canvas of a newborn world. Feel the presence of Aule the Smith, the great shaper. His domain is the very substance of Arda, the rock, the metals, the gems hidden in the deep places. While Melkor raises vast, meaningless mountains of fire and ash, only to tear them down again in fits of rage, Aule works with patience. Imagine the deep, slow heat of the world's core. Aule is there, guiding the cooling of magma, teaching the rock how to form crystals, how to settle into the strong bones of the earth. He is not hasty. His work takes eons. You can almost feel the deep, slow vibration of his hammer, a sound that is less a noise and more a rhythmic pulse in the bedrock of the world. A heartbeat of creation, steady and enduring. And where Aule gives the land its form, his spouse, Yavanna Kementari, the giver of fruits, gives it life. She is the thought of all growing things. As Aule cools the first lands from the primeval fires, Yavanna walks upon them. Imagine the first soil, dark and rich, still warm from the world's making. Where she passes, she plants the seeds of thought that will one day become the great forests and the fields of green grass. Nothing grows yet, for there is not enough light. But the potential is there, sleeping in the soil, a silent green promise, waiting patiently for its time. Melkor follows her, and with blight and poison, he mars the soil, twisting her designs into things of rot and decay. But Yavanna is patient. For every seed he spoils, she plants 1,000 more, her hope as deep and as fertile as the earth itself. And what of the waters? They are the domain of Ulmo, the Lord of Waters, who dwells alone in the deep places. He does not walk the land with the other Valar. His spirit flows through all the veins of the world. Imagine the first great rains, a gentle, cleansing downpour that washes the fumes from the air and gathers in the hollows Aule has made. These are the first seas, the first rivers. Feel the slow, powerful pull of the first tides, a deep, rhythmic breathing that is the will of Ulmo. He fills the seas with his own music, a music of depth and mystery, a counterpoint to the airs of Manwë. Melkor pours his poisons into the water, making some bitter and salt, and freezes others with his bitter cold. But he cannot quell the music of Ulmo, which flows on, unstoppable, through the deepest trenches and the quietest streams. For ages upon ages, this slow labor continues. The Valar build, and Melkor tears down. They heal, and he wounds. They bring order, and he brings chaos. Yet slowly, through their tireless effort, the world begins to take a shape that is fair. The first great land masses are settled. The seas find their beds. The sky is clearer, and Varda's first stars shine down upon a world that is, at last, ready for the next stage of its making. The Valar gather, their long work of wrestling the world from chaos, reaching a moment of peace. They have driven Melkor, for a time, into the outer darkness, and Arda is quiet. But it is still a world of twilight, lit only by the faint and distant stars. And so Aule, at the prayer of Yavanna, devises a great and beautiful plan. He begins his mightiest work of this age. In his great forges, with all his skill and power, he crafts two immense and wondrous lamps. Imagine them, vast pillars, taller than any mountain that would ever be, wrought of magic and substance beyond mortal craft. One he names Iluin, the lamp of silver. The other he names Ormal, the lamp of gold. They are raised upon two continents. In the north of Middle-earth, the Valar erect the Pillar of Iluin. It is a column of pale, shimmering silver, reaching so high into the sky that it seems to be a new star, descended to earth. And in the south, they raise Ormal, a pillar of warm and gleaming gold. Then Varda, the star-kindler, fills the great lamps with a light made from the blended silver and gold of the world's dawn. And Manwë, Lord of the Airs, hallows them. And then there is light. Imagine the moment the lamps are lit. From Iluin in the north, a soft, silver-blue radiance spreads across the world. It is like the light of a million full moons, cool and serene, bathing the new mountains and plains in a gentle, dreaming glow. And from Ormal in the south, a warm, golden light flows forth, like a perpetual sunrise, touching everything with warmth and life and vibrant color. Where the two lights meet and blend at the world's equator, the land is filled with a soft, ethereal twilight of silver and gold, a light of perfect peace and beauty. This is the spring of Arda. Let this image fill your mind as you drift deeper. The world is bathed in a constant, gentle light. There is no harsh sun, no deep night, only this beautiful, unchanging glow. Under this light, the dreams of Yavanna finally awaken. The seeds she planted long ago begin to stir. Imagine the slow, silent unfurling of the first leaves, the first blades of grass pushing through the warm soil. Vast forests rise, their leaves shimmering, some silver blue under the light of Iluin, others deep green and gold under the light of Ormal. Great, silent beasts, the first living creatures, walk through these primordial woods. Rivers, clear as crystal, flow through meadows of endless flowers. The air is sweet, the earth is fertile, and there is peace. The Valar make their first home here, in the middle of the world, on an island in a great lake called Almaren. Here they dwell in bliss, resting from their long labors, and they watch the world they have made blossom in beauty. Allow yourself to rest here with them, in the spring of Arda. Feel the soft, blended light on your skin. Breathe the pure, sweet air. Hear the gentle sound of the rivers flowing and the quiet rustle of the first leaves in a world without wind. There is no pain here, no sorrow, no passage of time that brings decay. There is only growth and beauty and a deep, abiding peace. Let this peace seep into you, into every part of your being, as you drift and dream of a world in its perfect, unspoiled morning. For a long age, this peace endures. The Valar are content, and they believe their work is done, their enemy defeated. But they do not know the depths of Melkor's envy and hatred. From the outer darkness, he has watched their work. He has seen the beauty of the lamps, the life of the forests, the peace of Almarin, and he despises it all. While the Valar rest, he works in secret. Far in the north, under the mountains, he delves a great fortress, a place of fire and ice and shadow called Utumno. He gathers to him spirits of shadow and fire, and he breeds monsters in the darkness, twisting life into cruel and terrible forms. And when his power is great, he makes his move. The Valar are gathered at a great feast, celebrating the beauty of their world when the ground begins to tremble. It is not the deep, creative pulse of Aule's work, but a violent, hateful shaking. The light of the two lamps begins to flicker, to dim. The silver light of Iluin wavers, and the golden light of Ormal grows pale. Melkor and his armies storm forth from Utumno. He does not attack the Valar directly. He attacks their creation. He strikes at the very foundations of the world. With his immense power, he assails the great pillars that hold the lamps. Imagine now, not a loud explosion, but a slow, terrible cracking. The great silver pillar of Iluin, which has stood as a beacon of serene light, begins to groan and splinter. Great fissures run up its length. The silver light spills out, not as a gentle radiance, but as a torrent of white fire that scours the northern lands. The pillar leans, and then, in a slow, cataclysmic fall, it crashes down, breaking the lands and sending the northern seas into a raging turmoil. And in the south, the golden pillar of Ormal meets the same fate. It shatters, and its golden light pours across the earth like molten rock, burning the forests of Yavanna and boiling the southern seas. The world is broken. The perfect symmetry of the spring of Arda is destroyed forever. The fall of the lamps creates vast, ruinous mountains and deep, impassable chasms. The seas rage and flood the land. The beautiful, blended light is gone, and darkness returns to Middle-earth, a darkness now filled with fire and smoke and the shadow of Melkor's victory. The Valar are unharmed, but their home on Almarin is utterly destroyed. Their hearts are filled with a deep and profound sorrow for the marring of their work, for the ruin of the world's first spring. And so, they retreat. They abandon Middle-earth, now a land of ruin and shadow, where Melkor roams free. They journey to the westernmost continent of the world, a land they name Aman, the Blessed Realm. They resolve to make a new home there, a place of safety and light that Melkor cannot touch. To protect this new home, they perform their greatest act of physical shaping. On the eastern shores of Aman, facing the sea and the broken lands of Middle-earth, they raise a vast and mighty mountain range. Feel the earth itself rising in a slow, silent, and immense movement. This is the work of Aule and the other Valar, piling the land up to the heavens. These are the Pelori, the fencing mountains. Imagine them, a wall of rock so high that no mortal could ever climb them. Their peaks are sharp and white, covered in eternal snow, and they seem to pierce the very stars that Varda has now made brighter in the sky. They are a shield, a barrier against the darkness of the world. They stand as a silent, glimmering promise of protection and peace. Behind this impassable wall, the Valar establish their new realm. They call it Valinor, the land of the Valar. And in the center of this land, upon a green mound, Yavanna, the giver of fruits, performs a new and even greater magic. She sits upon the green hill, and she begins to sing. It is a song of deep power, of light and life, of memory and hope. And as she sings, Nienna, the Vala of pity and mourning, waters the mound with her tears, which are not of sadness, but of healing and deep wisdom. And from the earth, two slender saplings begin to grow. One grows tall and beautiful, and from its smooth silver bark, it puts forth leaves of a dark and shining green, silver on their undersides. From its branches hang countless flowers, and from these flowers drips a glistening silver dew. This is Telperion, the silver tree. The other also grows to a great height, and its leaves are a tender green, like the new leaves of spring, but with edges of glittering gold. It bears flowers of yellow, like horns of golden flame, and from these flowers falls a gentle rain of golden light. This is Lothlórien, the golden tree. These are the two trees of Valinor. They are the new source of light for the blessed realm, a light far more beautiful and holy than that of the two lamps. For 7 hours, Telperion would shine with its soft, silver light. Then it would fade, and for 7 hours, Lothlórien would glow with its warm, golden light. And twice a day, there was a gentle hour of mingling, when the silver and gold would blend into a soft, breathtaking twilight. The chapter of your journey tonight ends here, in the peace of Valinor, in the deathless lands behind the mountains. Let go of the broken world, of the fire and the ruin. Allow your mind to rest on this final, perfect image. You are in a green and peaceful land. Above you, the silver light of Telperion is gently fading, its last dewdrops falling like liquid stars onto the grass. And as it fades, the warm, golden light of Lothlórien begins to grow, filling the air with a soft, honeyed radiance. You are safe. You are at peace. You are held in the gentle, waxing and waning light of the two trees. Let this rhythmic, breathing light guide your own breath, in and out. Rest now in the timeless twilight of Valinor, and let the deepest peace settle over you as you drift away into a quiet and gentle sleep. And so you rest, here in the deathless lands of Valinor, breathing in the gentle air of the blessed realm. The silver light of Telperion has now faded completely, its last dewdrops of light collected in the great vats of the Valar. Now the golden light of Lothlórien waxes in its turn, a slow and steady blossoming of warmth that spills across the green plains, turning the leaves of the trees to translucent gold and warming the white stone of the city of Valmar. This is the rhythm of your rest, a slow, unending tide of silver and gold, of soft coolness and gentle warmth. There is no harsh sun here, no abrupt darkness, only the eternal, peaceful twilight of the two trees, a light that soothes the heart and stills the mind. As you drift in this golden peace, allow your awareness to travel. Let it float up from the green fields of Ezilohar, above the shimmering domes of Valmar, and past the impossibly high peaks of the Pelori Mountains, whose summits are crowned with white snow that never melts. Let your mind drift out over the great, dark expanse of the sea, the sundering seas that lie between this blessed shore and the lands of the east. We are looking back now, back through the long, uncounted years, to a time when the light of the trees was known only here in this protected sanctuary. We are looking back to Middle-earth, the great continent that lay sleeping, enfolded in a vast and silent darkness. Imagine it now, a world without a sun, without a moon, a world lit only by the distant, cold, and ancient stars. Varda, the queen of the Valar, had kindled them long ago, filling the vault of the heavens with silver points of light, a frost of fire in the immense, deep velvet of the sky. But on the earth below, all was shadow. The great mountains, raised in the world's youth, were black shapes against the star-dusted sky. The forests were fathomless oceans of darkness, the trees so ancient their names were not yet known. The rivers flowed like ribbons of polished jet, their surfaces mirroring the constellations above, but their depths were black and mysterious. The air in this young world was cool and pure, carrying the scent of damp earth, of wet stone, and the faint, clean fragrance of pine needles from forests that had never known an axe. The silence was profound. It was not an empty silence, but one filled with the quiet, sleeping life of the world. The slow grinding of stone deep within the earth, the patient, imperceptible growth of the great trees, the soft, ceaseless whisper of water finding its way through ancient riverbeds. It was a world waiting, a world holding its breath. And in the far east of this sleeping land, there was a place hidden from all eyes, nestled in the fold of the Orocarni, the mountains of the east. Here lay a bay, still and sheltered at the shore of a great inland sea. The water of this bay was so calm, so clear, that it was like a dark mirror, holding a perfect, unshaken reflection of the star-dusted heavens. And so this place was called Cuivienen, the Water of Awakening. Around its shores grew ancient trees, their trunks pale in the starlight, their leaves whispering softly in the night breeze that drifted down from the mountains. No creature yet made a sound here. All was tranquil, all was at peace, under the watchful, silent gaze of the stars. It was here, in the deep peace of this starlit place, that a new music was about to enter the theme of the world. It was here that the children of Ilúvatar were to awake. There was no sound to mark their coming, no great event. Simply, in the ageless quiet of Cuivienen, there was a stirring, a slow, gentle emergence from a sleep that had no memory and no dreams. By the still, dark water, they opened their eyes for the very first time. And the first thing they saw, the very first light their innocent eyes ever beheld, was the light of the stars. They lay there for a time, simply gazing up at the remote, shimmering patterns strewn across the deep, endless dark. They felt the cool air on their skin and heard the soft lapping of the water at the edge of the lake. A sense of wonder, pure and untroubled, filled them. They did not know what they were or where they were, but they knew that the sight of the stars was beautiful beyond all words. Slowly, they rose to their feet, their forms slender and graceful, their faces filled with a light that seemed to come from within. They were the Quendi, as they would later name themselves, those that speak with voices. For as they looked upon the world and upon each other, the desire for speech awoke in them, and the first sounds they made were not cries, but music. They began to shape the air into words, naming the world around them as they discovered it. And the very first word they spoke, looking up at the sky that had been their first sight, was meaning star. And in that moment, a deep and everlasting love for the starlight was born in their hearts. For many years, they lived there, by the shores of Cuivienen. Their life was one of simple, joyful discovery. They walked in the silent, starlit forests, their feet making no sound on the mossy ground. They drank from the cool, clear waters of the lake and learned the names of the trees and the stones. They created language and poetry, and above all, they created song. Their voices, clear and beautiful, would rise in the quiet air, weaving melodies that told of the beauty of the stars and the wonder of the waking world. It was an age of innocence, a long and peaceful dream under the unchanging canopy of the heavens. They knew nothing of the valor in the west, nothing of the two trees, and nothing of the great shadow, Melkor, who still brooded in his fortress of Utumno in the far, frozen north. But even a peaceful dream must eventually be touched by the waking world. Melkor, in his dark fortress, became aware of the new voices singing in the east. His malice, which slept but never died, was stirred. He did not reveal himself, not at first. He sent out his shadows, his whispers, his unseen terrors. The elves began to notice a change. A hush would fall over the forest that was not peaceful. A shadow would pass overhead, blotting out the stars for a moment, though there was no cloud in the sky. Sometimes, an elf who wandered too far from the light of the campfires by the lake would simply vanish, and no trace of them would ever be found. A fear they had never known began to creep into their hearts, a subtle chill that their songs could not entirely banish. They did not know the source of this shadow, only that their perfect world was no longer entirely safe. It was into this growing unease that a new sound came one night. It was not a sound of stealth or of shadow. It was a sound of great power and nobility echoing from the mountains. It was the sound of a horn, clear and strong, a music that drove back the darkness. It was the sound of Nahar, the horn of Orome, the great Vala, the hunter of monsters. Orome loved the lands of Middle-earth and would often ride through its dark forests on his great white steed, Nahar, hunting the evil creatures that Melkor had bred. And so it was that he came upon the elves. The Quendi, hearing the thunder of Nahar's hooves and the call of his horn, were filled with both awe and fear. They had never seen such a being. Orome was tall and mighty, and a great light seemed to emanate from him, the light of Valinor. His face was noble and strong, yet kind. He reined in his mighty horse, and the great steed stood breathing softly, its coat like polished silver in the starlight. Orome looked upon the elves, and he was filled with wonder, for they were more beautiful than he could have imagined, the firstborn children of Ilúvatar, long awaited. And the elves, seeing the kindness in his eyes and the light that surrounded him, felt their fear begin to melt away. He spoke to them in their own tongue, for the Valar had knowledge of all languages to come, and he named them the Eldar, the people of the stars. Orome stayed with them for a time, and the shadows receded before his presence. But he knew he could not remain forever, and he knew of the great danger that Melkor posed. And so, with a heavy heart, he rode back to Valinor with the news of his discovery. Imagine now the council of the Valar, gathered beneath the two trees. The news that Orome brought filled them with great joy, but also with deep concern. They rejoiced that the firstborn had awakened, but they feared for their safety in a world where Melkor's malice still held sway. A great debate arose. Should they leave the elves in Middle-earth to find their own way, or should they summon them to the safety and light of Valinor? Manwë, the king of the Valar, sought the council of Ilúvatar, and the decision was made. They would invite the elves to come and dwell with them in the Blessed Realm, to share in the light of the trees and the peace of their land. They would go to war with Melkor and break his fortress of Utumno to make the journey safe. And so the Valar made war upon Melkor, a terrible war that shook the very foundations of the world. But at last, Utumno was broken, and Melkor was captured and bound in a great chain, and a long peace, the Peace of Arda, began. Oroma returned then to Cuiviénen and brought the summons of the Valar, but the Elves were now hesitant. The Great War had been felt even in the east, as tremors in the earth and a tumult in the skies, and it had frightened them. And some had grown to love the starlit darkness of Middle-earth and did not wish to leave it. So a compromise was reached. 3 elves were chosen as ambassadors to travel with Orome to Valinor to see the light of the trees for themselves and bring back a report. They were Ingwe, Finwë, and Elwë, who would become the kings of the 3 great kindreds of the elves. Imagine their journey across the vast, dark continent, guided by the light of the Vala, and imagine their arrival. Imagine what it was to see, for the first time, the light of the 2 trees. After a lifetime of knowing only the cold, silver light of the stars, they passed through the Calasyria, the pass of light in the Pelori Mountains, and beheld a land bathed in a light that was alive. A light of silver and gold, a light that sang with a silent music, a light that was filled with warmth and life, and a peace so profound it was like coming home to a place you had never known. They were utterly enchanted, and their hearts were filled with a great longing to dwell in that light forever. They returned to their people at Cuiviénen, and their faces shone with a faint reflection of the light they had seen. They spoke of Valinor, of its beauty and its peace, and they urged their kin to accept the summons. And here, by the still, dark water where they had first awakened, came the first great sorrow of the elves, the Sundering. For not all were persuaded. Ingwe and his people, the Vanyar, the fair-haired elves, were moved by the tale and rose at once to begin the journey. Finwë and his people, the Noldor, the deep-hearted and skillful elves, also agreed to go, eager for the knowledge and light of Valinor. These 2 peoples, along with the followers of Elwë and his brother Olwë, the Teleri, were from that day known as the Eldar, the people of the journey. But many refused the summons. They loved the starlight and the wide, open spaces of Middle-earth. They feared the great journey and the power of the Valar. They were the Avari, the unwilling. And so they said farewell to their kin, a gentle, sorrowful parting on the shores of the lake. The Avari remained in the twilight of Middle-earth, and they fade from the great histories, becoming a hidden people, a secret song in the deep woods of the world. But their choice was made from love, not from malice, a love for the world of their birth. And so began the great journey, the longest and most momentous march in the history of the world. Imagine it as a slow, dreamlike procession, a river of starlight flowing west. 3 great hosts moving through the vast, empty landscapes of a world in its youth. At the head of the procession were the Vanyar, led by Ingwe. They were fewest in number, but their hearts were most set on the light of Valinor. They journeyed swiftly, their golden hair bright even in the starlight, their songs clear and hopeful. They looked neither to the right nor to the left, their eyes fixed on the promise of the west. Behind them came the Noldor, the host of Finwë. They were the seekers of knowledge, and their journey was more measured. They paused to marvel at the mountains, to learn the secrets of the stones and the trees. Their hearts were filled with a deep curiosity for the world they were leaving behind, and they gathered much lore on their long road. And last of all came the Teleri, the largest host, led by the brothers Elwë and Olwë. They were the singers, the lovers of water. Their journey was the slowest of all, for they were often reluctant to press on. They would linger for long years by the shores of a great river, or in a beautiful forest, their hearts torn between the summons of the Valar and their love for the lands of twilight. Their songs were the most beautiful, but also the most sorrowful, filled with a sense of longing and farewell. Let your mind drift with them now on this slow and epic journey. Feel the cool night air as they cross the vast, empty plains of Middle-earth. The only sound the soft tread of their feet and their distant, echoing songs. See them pass through the great, dark forests, where the trees are ancient and silent, their branches forming a canopy that even the starlight cannot pierce. Watch as they ford wide, slow-moving rivers, the water cold and clear, swirling around their ankles as they sing to the spirits of the water. They cross the misty mountains, a great, jagged spine of rock and ice that divides the continent. The journey is hard, the air thin and cold. They climb through high passes where the wind wails like a lament, their slender forms silhouetted against the star-filled sky. But they press on, their hope for the light of the west giving them strength. And so, after many, many long years of travel, the Vanyar and the Noldor finally reached the westernmost shores of Middle-earth. Before them lay the Great Sea, vast and dark and impassable. And beyond it, impossibly distant, they could see a faint glimmer, a hint of the light of Valinor, shining through the pass in the mountains of Aman. Their long journey was almost at an end. The Vala Ulmo, the Lord of Waters, came to their aid. He uprooted a great island from the bed of the sea, and on this island he ferried the Vanyar and the Noldor across the deep waters. Imagine that final crossing, a silent journey on a floating island, moving through the mists and shadows of the sea towards the ever-brightening light. And then, at last, they arrived. They set foot on the shores of the Blessed Realm. They walked through the green and peaceful land of Eldamar, and they came to the pass of Calakiria. And there they beheld it fully, the light of the two trees, Telperion and Lorelin, waxing and waning in their timeless rhythm, bathing the entire land in a light of indescribable beauty. All the weariness of their long journey fell away. All the sorrows of their sundering were soothed. They had come home. The Valar gave them a green hill to dwell upon, Tuna, which stood in the pass, so that they could look both west to the trees and east, back across the sea towards the world they had left behind. And there, the Noldor, with their great skill, built their magnificent city, Tirion, with its white walls and crystal stairs. The Vanyar dwelt with them for a time, but their love for the light of the trees was so great that they eventually moved on, to the plains of Valinor itself, to live at the feet of the Valar. But the Teleri, the last and largest host, still lingered in Middle-earth. Their king, Elwë, had wandered into the forest of Nan Elmith and become enchanted, lost to his people for a time. And so they waited for him by the shores of the Great Sea, and they learned the music of the waves, and a deep love for the sea entered their hearts. Their own journey was not yet over. But here, for now, our story pauses. The first two hosts of the Eldar have found their home. They are safe, at peace, in the gentle, undying light of Valinor. You can feel that same peace settling over you now, the peace of a long journey's end, the warmth and serenity of the golden light of Lorelin, which now shines in its fullness. Rest here in the quiet city of Tirion on the green hill of Tuna. Listen to the faint, distant echo of elven song on the air, a song of starlight and of homecoming. Let it be a lullaby for your own journey, your journey into deep, peaceful, and restorative sleep. The journey is over. It is time to rest. The golden light of Lothlórien has reached its fullness now, bathing the white city of Tirion in a warm, eternal afternoon. Here, on the green hill of Tuna, nestled within the pass of the mountains, you rest in perfect peace. The air is still and sweet, carrying the faintest scent of the undying flowers that bloom in the gardens of the Noldor, and the distant silver sound of fountains falling in the courts of the king. This is the high noon of Valinor, an age of bliss so long and unbroken that memory itself has become a gentle, flowing river, not a series of distinct events. The elves who came here on the great journey have now dwelt for ages in the light of the trees, and their own light has grown in turn. They have learned deep lore from the Valar, and their own innate gifts for craft and song have blossomed into a beauty the world will never see again. Especially is this true of the Noldor, the deep elves, whose thirst for knowledge and making is unquenchable. Their city of Tirion is a marvel of white stone and silver filigree, its towers so graceful they seem to have grown from the hill itself. Here, they have learned the secrets of gemcraft, of weaving, of shaping metal and wood into forms of breathtaking elegance, and all that they make is filled with the love of the light in which they live. Among them, their high king is Finwë, one of the first to awaken under the stars, and his love for his people is as boundless as their love for him. He has 3 sons, each mighty in his own way, but the eldest is a fire unto himself. His name is Feanor. In the elven tongue, it means spirit of fire, and never was a name more truly given. Of all the children of Ilúvatar, Feanor is held to be the greatest in mind and skill, his spirit burning with a fierce, creative flame. When he was born, it is said that so much of his mother's energy passed into him that she grew weary of life and chose to depart to the halls of Mandos to rest, leaving Finwë and his son in sorrow. But that fire within Feanor only grew brighter. He is the most subtle of smiths, the most cunning of craftsmen. His hands can shape jewels that seem to hold living starlight, and he devised the letters that all the Eldar would one day use to record their songs and histories. His mind is ever working, ever reaching for something new, something greater. Allow your awareness to drift now, away from the quiet squares of Tirion, and toward the workshops where this great spirit dwells. There is no sound of harsh, clanging hammers here. The work of the elves is one of harmony and deep understanding of their materials. Imagine a long hall, open to the golden air, its pillars carved like slender trees. The only sounds are the soft hiss of a cooling metal, the gentle tap-tap-tap of a tiny silver hammer against a setting of gold, the quiet hum of a song of making on Feanor's lips. He works not with brute force, but with will and with wisdom, speaking to the stone and the steel, persuading them to reveal the beautiful forms that lie sleeping within. The air is warm, and it shimmers with the light of Lothlórien, which pools on the polished surfaces of his workbenches, reflecting in 1,000 tiny glints from finished gems and works of art. It is a place of profound peace, and yet of intense, focused creation, a place where thought and substance become one. For many long years of this golden peace, Feanor labored, his mind turning over a deep and secret thought. He had seen the light of the 2 trees. He had lived within it, and it had filled him with wonder. But he longed to capture it, to create something that could hold that living, sacred light, unmarred and undiminished, so that its beauty might be preserved forever, even if the trees themselves should ever fail. It was the greatest challenge a craftsman could ever conceive, a task that seemed beyond even the power of the Valar. He began to experiment, toiling in secret. He studied the nature of light itself, how it was blended in the mingling hours of Telperion and Lorelin. He learned the secrets of how to make crystal that was stronger and clearer than diamond, a substance he called. And into this substance, with all the power of his mind and spirit, he poured his deepest artistry. Feel the quiet intensity of this long creation. Imagine the passing of the hours, marked only by the slow shift from silver light to gold, and back to silver again. Fëanor stands before his secret forge, his face illuminated by a soft inner glow. He is not merely making a thing of beauty, he is weaving a spell of light and substance, his entire being focused on this one impossible task. The world outside fades away. There is only the maker and his work, a silent, reverent communion. And at last, he succeeded. He made not one, but 3 jewels. He called them the Silmarils. Picture them now, resting on a cloth of deep, soft velvet. Outwardly, they appear as 3 great, flawless gems, but they are alive. Within them is captured the blended light of the 2 trees of Valinor. They shine of their own accord, a gentle, holy radiance that seems to breathe. In one moment, they glow with the soft, pure silver of Telperion, like the light of the moon on a tranquil sea. In the next, they warm to the rich, golden fire of Lorelin, like the first rays of a perfect dawn. They are more than just beautiful. They are a living memory of the light of creation. The light within them responds to the world around them, shining brighter in the presence of goodness and dimming before darkness. They are a work of such mastery that Fëanor himself could never repeat it. All of his skill, all of his fire, all of his love for the light was bound within them. The Vala of Arda, she who made the stars, looked upon the Silmarils and she hallowed them, so that no mortal flesh nor any unclean hand could touch them without being burned and withered. The Valar themselves looked upon the jewels in awe, and Yavanna, the giver of fruits, blessed them, foretelling that the fates of Arda, of earth, sea, and air, were locked within them. Fëanor treasured them above all else. He would wear them upon his brow at times of festival, and all of Valinor would fall silent, marveling at their glory. But more often, he kept them locked away in the deep treasuries of his fortress, Formenos, his love for them growing ever more jealous and possessive. And in this deep love, this pride of making, a shadow found the first small crack through which to enter the blessed realm. For the long ages of the world turn, and nothing remains unchanged, not even in the land of the Valar. The 3 ages of Melkor's imprisonment had come to their end. He had been chained and held in the halls of Mandos, the Vela of Doom, to ponder his rebellion and the discord he had sown in the great music. And now, he was brought before the thrones of the Valar. He knelt before Manwe, the king of the winds and elder king of the world, and he sued for pardon. He appeared humbled, his darkness cloaked in a guise of repentance. He swore that he would aid the Valar in all their works, and lend his great power to the healing of the hurts of the world. And Manwe, who could not comprehend evil in his pity and his hope, believed him. He granted Melkor his pardon. At first, Melkor's humility was perfect. He walked among the Valar and the Elves, offering his counsel and his vast knowledge, and many benefited from his aid. He was subtle, his voice soft and persuasive. He praised the works of the Noldor, marveling at their skill, and they, in their thirst for knowledge, listened eagerly to all he had to teach. Feel the slow, imperceptible shift in the atmosphere of Valinor. It is like the first, faintest chill in the air that signals the end of a long summer. The light of the trees is still bright. The songs are still sweet. But a new note has been introduced into the harmony, a whisper that was not there before. Melkor began to sow his lies, as soft and quiet as falling leaves. He would speak to the Noldor of the world beyond the mountains, of Middle-earth lying in darkness under the stars. He would speak of the race of men, the younger children of Ilúvatar, who were soon to awaken, and he would plant a seed of doubt. He would whisper. He spoke of weapons, of swords and spears, things the Elves of Valinor had never needed nor desired. He hinted that the Valar were not their guardians, but their jailers, and the Noldor, proud and eager, began to listen. A restlessness grew among them, a strange new desire for wider realms, for power, for freedom they did not realize they already had. And the poison of these lies worked most deeply on the fiery spirit of Feanor. Melkor spoke to him of the Silmarils, praising their beauty, but also whispering that the Valar themselves coveted them, and might one day seek to take them from him. Feanor's heart, already possessive of his greatest creation, began to harden. His love for the Silmarils turned into a dragon's hoard, a treasure to be guarded with suspicion and with fear. He began to see his own kin, and even the Valar, as potential thieves. The peace of Valinor was broken. A quiet dis-ease settled upon the city of Tirion. The Noldor began to murmur against the Valar and against the other elven kindreds, and Feanor, in his pride and his fear, began to forge weapons in secret. The sound in his workshop was no longer the gentle tap of a jeweler's hammer, but the sharper, more urgent ring of steel on steel. The lies of Melkor set brother against brother. Feanor grew to mistrust his own half-brother, Fingolfin, who was also a great prince of the Noldor. One day, the tension broke. In the great square before the king's hall, under the light of the trees, Feanor, his eyes burning with a fell light, drew his bright sword and placed its tip against his brother's breast, speaking words of threat and anger. A hush fell over the city. Such an act was unheard of. The peace of the Blessed Realm had been shattered not by an outside foe, but from within. The Valar could not let this stand. They summoned Feanor to their council, and his deeds and the lies that prompted them were laid bare. They understood then how they had been deceived by Melkor, but Melkor himself could not be found. He had vanished, his work of malice done. As a judgment for his threat of violence, the Valar banished Feanor from the city of Tirion for 12 years, and Feanor, unrepentant, departed. He went north and built a great fortress called Formenos, and with him went his 7 sons and his father, Finwë, the High King, who in his deep love for his eldest son chose to share his exile. And with them, Feanor took the Silmarils and locked them deep within his vaults, far from the sight of any but himself. The light of the city of Tirion seemed a little dimmer for their absence. A sorrow and a foreboding fell upon the hearts of the elves who remained. Now, a deep and patient darkness was stirring in the forgotten corners of the world. Far to the south of Valinor, in the shadows of the mountains, dwelt a creature of primordial night. Her name was Ungoliant. She was not one of Melkor's making. She was from before, a void that had taken shape, a spirit of endless, insatiable hunger, whose only desire was to devour light and weave webs of unlight, of suffocating darkness. She had taken the form of a monstrous spider, but her true form was shadow and emptiness. Melkor, having fled from the judgment of the Valar, sought her out in her dark lair. He found her, a patch of blackness so profound it seemed to drink the very air around it. And he made a promise to her. He promised her a feast that would sate her endless hunger, if only for a time. Together they crept north, hidden in a cloak of darkness that Melkor wove about them. They moved like a silent, creeping stain across the beautiful lands of Valinor, unseen, unheard. The flowers withered as they passed. The streams fell silent. They came to the heart of the realm at a time of high festival, when nearly all the Valar and the Elves were gathered in the halls of Manwë upon the highest mountain, Tanikitil. The plains and the city of Tirion were quiet, empty, resting in the gentle, waxing light of Telperion. And in that quiet, they came to the green mound, Ezilohar, where the two trees stood alone, their silver and golden branches filled with light and dew. There is no sound to this moment, only a slow, terrible fading. Melkor, now a figure of towering darkness, took up his great black spear, and he struck each tree, wounding them to their very core, and then the horror of Ungoliant fell upon them. She put her black mouth to their wounds, and she began to drink. She drank the sap, which was their lifeblood, and she drank the light, which was their soul. As you rest, simply feel the light begin to fail. The pure, cool, silver light of Telperion begins to dim. Its leaves, which once shimmered like stars, grow dull and gray. The light gutters, like a candle in a final, failing breath, and then it is gone. A profound silence falls, and then the golden warmth of Lorelin begins to pale. Its radiant glow, which filled the world with joy and life, withdraws. The gold turns to a faint yellow, then a sickly white, and then it too is extinguished. Darkness. A darkness unlike any you have known, not the gentle, star-filled dark of a peaceful night. This is an absolute, blind, and suffocating dark, a cold, dead emptiness where light once was. The blessed realm is plunged into a night that has no memory of dawn. All song ceases, all movement stills. The world holds its breath in a silent, unending moment of shock and sorrow. The poison of Ungoliant was so great that she drained the trees dry, and as she did, she swelled to a monstrous, bloated size, and the darkness she exuded became a tangible thing, a black fog that smothered all the land. The trees themselves were left as nothing more than two dry, withered husks. Their light was gone from the world. From the peak of Tanikitil, Manwë and Varda looked down and saw the shadow covering the plain, and a great fear fell upon them. The festival ended in dismay and confusion. The Valar and the Elves descended into a world they could no longer see, stumbling through a blackness that was filled with despair. Yavanna, the maker of the trees, went to the silent mound and laid her hands upon their withered bark. She sang a long, mournful song of healing, but it was no use. They were dead. The light lived on only in memory, and in one other place. The Silmarils. The Valar turned to Feanor. They gathered in the darkness, their only light coming from their own radiant spirits, and they begged him. Yavanna said that if she could have but a sliver of the light that was preserved in the Silmarils, she might be able to use her power to rekindle the life of the trees. But Feanor's heart had been hardened by pride and by Melkor's lies. To break his own creations, the masterwork of his entire life, was a thought he could not bear. He looked at the Valar, gathered in the gloom, and he saw not saviors, but covetous lords who wished to take his treasure. And in his grief and anger, he refused. And in that very moment of refusal, a new terror arrived. Messengers came, running breathless from the north, from Feanor's fortress of Formenos. They brought news. A great darkness had assaulted the fortress. Melkor had been there. He had slain Finwë, the High King, Feanor's own father, the first to fall in the Blessed Realm, and he had broken open the vaults. He had stolen the Silmarils. A cry of anguish so terrible that the timeless halls shook was torn from Feanor's throat. His grief for his father and his rage at the theft of his jewels consumed him. He stood up in the darkness and he cursed Melkor, naming him for the first time, the black foe of the world. And he cursed the summons of the valor that had drawn him away from his home, leaving it undefended. His fire turned from creation to destruction. He fled from the council of the Valar, a burning torch of rage in the unending night. He went to the city of Tirion, and despite his banishment, he claimed the kingship of the Noldor. He gathered his people on the great hill of Tuna in the crushing dark, their faces lit only by the flickering flames of torches. And there, in a voice that was both terrible and mesmerizing, he spoke. He urged his people to abandon the valor and the land of twilight, and to follow him back to Middle-earth, to wage war on Morgoth and reclaim the Silmarils. His words were a fire in the hearts of the Noldor, and their pride was stirred. And there, in the blackness, Feanor and his 7 sons swore an oath. It was an oath so terrible that none should ever swear it. They swore it in the name of Ilúvatar himself, calling the everlasting dark upon them if they failed. Listen now to the deep, resonant echo of that promise, a vow that will shape the history of the world for ages to come. They swore to pursue with vengeance and hatred, to the ends of the world, any being, Vala, demon, elf, or man, who should take or hold a Silmaril from their possession. They swore that no law, no love, no league of swords, no power, and no doom would defend the keeper of the jewels from the wrath of Feanor and his kin. The oath was sworn. A terrible silence followed, hanging in the cold, dark air. It was a promise of unending war, of sorrow, and of betrayal. The high noon of Valinor was over. The long, sorrowful night had begun. And in that profound darkness, in that deep and echoing silence that followed the terrible oath, there is nothing left to do but rest and let the story fade as you drift deeper and deeper into sleep. The absolute darkness that fell upon Tirion was not an emptiness. It was a presence. It was a heavy cloak woven from the dust of dead light and the suffocating silk of sorrow. You rest here on the green hill of Tuna, and you can feel this darkness as a weight upon your very being, a silence that is deeper than the mere absence of sound. The echo of Feanor's terrible oath still hangs in this stillness, not as a sound, but as a tension, a vibration in the very fabric of the unlit air. The bliss of Valinor is broken. The long, peaceful dream has ended. And now something new begins to stir within that profound night. It is not a sound at first, but a feeling, a subtle shift in the stillness. It is the feeling of a great tide turning in the deepest part of the ocean, a slow, inexorable gathering of purpose. Listen closely. Listen past the silence. You can begin to hear it now. A soft, metallic whisper, like the scales of a serpent stirring in its sleep. It is the sound of thousands of elves, the proud and gifted Noldor, quietly donning their mail, the fine, interlocking rings sliding against one another in the dark. There is the muffled sound of clasps being fastened, the soft creak of leather, the quiet, urgent whispers that pass from house to house, from father to son, from friend to friend, like embers carried on a wind you cannot feel. They are whispers of departure, of vengeance, of a desperate flight from this land of suffocating shadow, back to a world they have only heard of in song, a world that lies under the faint and distant memory of the stars. At the heart of this stirring is a single point of unholy light, a fire that burns in the darkness without giving any warmth. It is the spirit of Feanor, a furnace of grief and rage, and his people are drawn to him like moths to a flame that will consume them. His voice, when he speaks, is not loud, but it cuts through the blackness like shattered glass, urging them onward, promising them kingdoms and renown in the lands of the East, and vengeance upon the great enemy who has stolen their light. And so the great host begins to move. Imagine a river of silent shadow flowing down from the high hill of Tuna, pouring through the Calasyria, the pass of light, which is now a chasm of utter blackness. There are no lamps, no torches, for there is no light to be had. They move by memory, their elven feet sure upon the paths they have walked for ages in bliss. The only sound is the tread of 100,000 feet on the stone-paved roads, a sound like the slow, rhythmic fall of rain on a vast and empty plain. It is a somber procession, a funeral march for the light of the world. They are leaving paradise, and they do not look back. As they journey northward through the now darkened fields of Valinor, a new scent begins to grace the air. It is the scent of salt and sea foam, carried on a cool, damp breeze. They are approaching the coast, the shores of the Undying Lands, and the city of their kin, the Teleri. They come to Alqualonda, the haven of the swans. Even in this unending night, the city is a wonder. Its halls and towers are carved from pearl, and its lamps are made of crystal, though they now stand dark and cold. Great arches, like the ribs of leviathans, span the entrance to the haven, which is filled with the calm, black water of the sea. And resting upon that water, moored to the pearlescent quays, are the ships of the Teleri. They are the most beautiful vessels ever made, fashioned in the likeness of great white swans, with beaks of gold and eyes of jet and amber. They sleep on the still water, their white forms gleaming faintly, catching some residue of starlight that seems to linger in the memory of the air itself. Here, the gentle sound of the sea breathes against the shore, a soft, rhythmic sigh, in and out. The air is cool and peaceful, but the Noldor have not come for peace. Feanor stands before the Teleri, his kin, and his words are hard and demanding. He speaks of his quest, of the war against the enemy, and he demands the use of their ships, their aid in his flight. But the Teleri will not listen. Their ships are their greatest works of art, gifts from the sea itself, and they will not use them for a war born of anger and despair. They counsel their kin to pause, to relent, to seek the pardon of the valor. And in the darkness, a great sorrow unfolds. Feanor, his heart consumed by his oath, will not be denied. A dreadful command is given, and the Noldor move to take the ships by force. You do not need to see the clash of swords. You need only feel the stillness shatter. The peace of the haven is broken by a sudden, sharp cry that echoes over the dark water. Then another. The swan ships, once symbols of peace, become the setting for a terrible conflict. The gentle lapping of the waves is lost beneath sounds of struggle, and the clear, cold water of the bay begins to grow dark. Not with shadow, but with the first stain of elven blood, shed by elven hands. It is a tragedy so deep it wounds the very soul of the world. The cries of the Teleri are not of anger, but of anguish and disbelief, and they are carried away on the sea wind, fading into the immense, sorrowful darkness. When it is over, a new silence descends upon Alqualonda, a silence of guilt and horror and irrevocable loss. The Noldor who have done this deed now possess the white ships, but their hearts are heavy with the shadow of their crime. They set sail, a stolen fleet under a starless sky, steering north along the dark and forbidding coastline of Aman. It is then that a figure appears, standing high upon a rock of the coast, a silhouette against the deep gloom. His voice is not of this world. It is the voice of doom itself, the voice of the halls of Mandos, the judge of the Valor. It carries across the water, not as a shout, but as a deep, resonant tolling, a prophecy that settles upon every soul that hears it. He speaks of an oath that cannot be broken, and which will betray all who swear it. He speaks of tears unnumbered that they will shed. He speaks of the Valor fencing their land against them, and of an exile that will bring no joy, only weariness and the fading of their light. He warns that those who spill the blood of their kin will find only sorrow and a bitter end. Upon the house of Feanor, the voice tolls, the wrath of the Valar lieth from the west unto the uttermost east, and upon all that will follow them it shall be laid also. The words hang in the cold sea air like a frost. They are a curse, a weight that settles into the very bones of the Noldor. Feanor, his pride a shield against all reason, answers back into the darkness, proclaiming his oath and his will to be unbreakable. But many are afraid. His half-brother Fingolfin and his sons, and many of their people, are filled with a deep foreboding. Yet they feel they cannot turn back. They are bound by kinship, and by the path they have already chosen. They will go on into the exile and the doom that awaits them. And so the host is divided in heart, but they sail on ever northward until the sea grows strange and cold. And there, Feanor, in his haste and his madness, commits another betrayal. He takes his own sons and his most loyal followers and sails across the sea in the swan ships, abandoning Fingolfin and the greater part of the Noldor on the shores of a desolate land. And when he reaches the other side, the shores of Middle-earth, he gives the order to burn the beautiful ships, lest any think of returning. From the desolate northern shores of Aman, Fingolfin's people see a light in the sky, far to the east. It is not the gentle light of stars, but a cruel red and orange glow against the clouds. A terrible fire. They watch as the swan ships burn, and they know they have been betrayed and abandoned, left to face an impossible choice: to return in shame to Valinor, or to attempt the one path left to them, the grinding ice of the Helcaraxa. And so begins the most perilous journey. Let your mind drift now to a place of immense, unending cold. Feel the air grow sharp and thin in your lungs. You are with the host of Fingolfin as they turn their faces to the great wasteland of ice that connects the Undying Lands to Middle-earth. It is a vast, frozen desert, a place of twilight and misery. Imagine the sound. It is not silence. It is the deep, groaning sigh of the world. The ice shifts and grinds with a sound that comes from the depths, a slow, constant moaning that speaks of immense pressure and ancient cold. High, thin pinnacles of ice, like cruel mountain peaks, glitter with a faint, ghostly light. And between them are vast, shifting fields of ice and treacherous chasms filled with the black, freezing water of the sea. The wind is a constant presence here, a relentless, biting wind that carries needles of ice and snow. It whispers through the jagged spires, creating a high, mournful song of utter desolation. Feel that cold seep into you, not a sharp, sudden cold, but a deep, wearying cold that settles in the bones and slows the heart. The journey is a slow, endless trudging, one foot in front of the other. The Noldor, born in the light of the trees, are now wrapped in heavy furs, their faces numb, their breath turning to frost in the air. The only color is the endless palette of ice, stark white under the gloom, deep blue in the shadows of the chasms, and a ghostly gray where the snow is swept thin by the wind. Days and nights have no meaning here. There is only the long, unchanging twilight. The journey is a walking meditation on loss, on endurance, on the slow, grinding passage of time. The sound of their own feet crunching on the ice and snow becomes a hypnotic rhythm. Crunch, sigh, crunch, sigh. The wind moans its endless lament. The ice groans its deep, sleepy complaint. Many are lost in this crossing. They slip into the black water or simply lie down in the snow, too weary to go on and let the great cold take them into a final, dreamless sleep. Let the weariness of this journey settle upon you now. Let the deep, profound cold relax every muscle. There is nothing to do but endure, to breathe slowly, and to keep moving forward, one slow step at a time, through the endless, whispering, grinding ice. After an age of suffering, after a journey that has scoured them of all pride, the host of Fingolfin finally steps onto solid ground. They have crossed the ice. They have reached the shores of Middle-earth. They are weary beyond measure, their numbers greatly diminished, but they have survived. And as they stand there, huddled on the cold shores of this new land, something happens. The Valor, in their grief for the world, have not been idle. From the last silver flower of Telperion, they have fashioned a new light, and from the last golden fruit of Lothlórien, another, and they have set them in the sky to traverse the world. First, a vessel is sent up into the heavens. Look up into the deep, dark sky above the weary elves. A new light appears. It is a soft, silver glow, gentle and cool. It is the moon. For the first time, it rises in the west, a silent, beautiful lamp in the vast darkness. The Noldor look up in wonder, their faces pale in its ethereal light. The sharp edges of the land are softened. The mountains are etched in silver. The long, deep night of the world is broken. A quiet hope stirs in their hearts. The light is not the living light of the trees, but it is light nonetheless, a promise in the darkness. Then, as the moon journeys across the sky and sinks in the east, a new and even greater wonder occurs. From the east, a brilliant warmth begins to grow, a golden radiance that spills over the tops of the mountains. It is the sun, a new, glorious light, so bright and powerful that the elves shield their eyes. It brings with it a warmth that thaws their frozen limbs and a light that banishes every shadow. The world of Beleriand is revealed to them for the first time. Great forests of green, their leaves shimmering in the new light. Rivers that run like silver threads through the land. Blue mountains in the distance, their peaks gleaming with snow. The air is fresh and clean, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. After the endless, colorless gray of the ice, The world is a symphony of vibrant life. The long winter of their journey is over. The wars they would wage are a story for another time. They are a long and sorrowful song that will echo through the ages. But for now, in this first dawn, there is only peace and a profound sense of release. You can feel it too. The long, cold darkness has passed. A new day has begun. The Noldor spread out into this new land, seeking places of refuge. They build hidden kingdoms to keep themselves safe from the enemy who dwells in the north. Imagine a secret city, built around a green hill in a hidden valley, encircled by tall mountains. Imagine its white towers catching the first and last light of the sun. Imagine fortresses carved deep into the stone of a river gorge, with the water rushing past far below, a constant, soothing sound. They find homes in the deep forests, under the boughs of ancient trees, and by the shores of a peaceful lake, its waters reflecting the new sun and moon. The land of Beleriand is wide and beautiful, and though it is a land of exile, it is also a land of new beginnings. And so you can rest here now, in the gentle warmth of the first sun. The air is clear and fresh. The sound of a flowing river is in the distance, a soft, constant murmur. The long, weary journey is over. The grinding ice is but a distant memory. All that is left is a deep, quiet peace. A peace earned through great sorrow and great endurance. Let the warmth of this new sun soothe you. Let the gentle sounds of this new land cradle you. There is nothing more to do, nowhere else to go. You are safe, you are at peace, and you can drift now into a deep and restorative sleep. The warmth of the first dawn in this new, old world settles deep within you. You are resting now in a quiet hollow of the green land of Beleriand, a land awakened by the rising sun. The long, grinding chill of the ice is a memory, a story that belongs to another lifetime. Here, there is only the soft rustle of new leaves in a gentle breeze, the distant, peaceful murmur of a river finding its way to the sea, and the scent of damp earth and burgeoning life. The light that filters through the canopy above is a soft, buttery gold, a light of promise and of peace. In the quiet that follows the great journey, in the stillness of this first age of the sun, the elves gather. Their sorrow has not been forgotten, but it is held now in a vast and hopeful quiet. And in this quiet, the great stories begin to be told. Tales of Valinor, of the light that was, and tales of Middle-earth, of the darkness that yet lies to the north. But there is one story, above all others, that is whispered when the new stars appear in the evening sky. A story that will become the heart of all the legends of this age. Allow yourself to settle deeper now. Let the sounds of the waking world fade into a gentle hum, and listen. Listen to the tale of a love that defied the shadows, a love that reached beyond the circles of the world. This is the story of Beren, the mortal, and Lúthien, the immortal. The lay of Lúthien, the release from bondage. Let your mind drift back in time, not long after this first dawn. The initial hope of the Noldor has been met with the harsh reality of Morgoth's power. A great and terrible battle has been fought. The Dagor Bragolach, the Battle of Sudden Flame, and the green plains of Ardgalen are now a charred and desolate waste. From this ruin, a man emerges, alone. His name is Beren. He is the son of Barahir, a lord of men, and he has lost everything: his father, his kinsmen, his home. Imagine him now, a solitary figure moving through a broken world. He does not walk with haste, but with a slow, grim endurance. The sky above is often gray with smoke, and the land under his feet is ash. For years, he wanders as an outlaw, a ghost in the highlands of Dorthonion. He is friend to birds and beasts, but shuns the company of men, for his heart is burdened with a grief too heavy to share. There is a deep quiet in his journey, the soft crunch of his boots on stone, the whisper of the wind through skeletal trees, the distant cry of a hunting eagle. He moves through this desolate landscape, not as a warrior seeking vengeance, but as a soul adrift, seeking only a place of peace. Feel the weariness in his limbs, a deep and aching exhaustion that has settled into his very bones. Yet he is driven onward by a fate he does not understand. A slow, invisible current guides his steps southward, away from the lands of shadow and despair. He comes at last to the arid Gorgoroth, the mountains of terror, a place of dread and dark enchantment, where the spawn of the great spider Ungoliant still lurk in shadowed valleys. But you need not feel this terror. For Beren, it is but a dream of shadow. He passes through these dark mountains as if veiled, protected by a doom that is greater than any horror that dwells there. Imagine him moving through deep ravines where the air is still and cold, and the only sound is the dripping of unseen water. Webs, thick as shrouds and gray with age, hang from the lightless cliffs, but they do not ensnare him. Eyes watch him from the dark, but he does not see them. He is a sleepwalker, passing through a nightmare, and his passage is silent and slow, and he emerges on the other side, unscathed, into a land of twilight beauty. He has come to the borders of the hidden kingdom of Doriath, the realm of King Thingol and his queen, Melian the Maya. It is a land enchanted, woven with a magic that denies entry to all who are not welcome. But Beren, broken and weary and stained with grief, slips through this girdle of Melian like a phantom, a stone cast into a still pool, his fate a ripple that the great queen herself did not foresee. And here, in the ancient forest of Neldoreth, his long wandering ends. Breathe in the air of this forest. It is cool and sweet, smelling of ancient trees and damp moss and the faint, ethereal perfume of a flower you cannot name. The trees here are mighty beeches, with bark as smooth and silver as moonlight. The ground is a carpet of deep green, and in the twilight, under the vast canopy of leaves, there is a profound and endless peace. No sound of the outside world can penetrate this sanctuary. There is only the gentle murmur of the river Esgalduin, flowing nearby, its waters clear and cold. Beren lays himself down in this green haven, and a deep sleep, free from dream and sorrow, finally takes him. He rests for a long, long time, and the forest heals him. The grief in his heart begins to soften. The weariness falls away from him like a heavy cloak, and he awakens as if from a long winter. One evening, in the heart of summer, he is walking through a moonlit glade. The silver light of the rising moon spills through the leaves, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. And it is there that he sees her. Lúthien. She is the daughter of Thingol and Melian, the most beautiful of all the children of Ilúvatar that has ever been or ever will be. Her hair is as dark as the twilight shadows, and in it are caught stars. Her eyes are as gray as a clear evening sky, and her face is filled with a light that seems to come from within. She is dancing. Her dance is not for any audience, but for the sheer joy of her own being, a celebration of the moon and the ancient trees. Her feet are bare on the soft grass, and she moves like a silver willow in a gentle breeze. As she dances, she begins to sing. Listen to her song. You can almost hear it, a melody that seems to be woven from the moonlight itself. It speaks of the stars Varda kindled before the world began, and of the sound of the waters of Ulmo in the deep places of the earth. The song is filled with a beauty so pure, so profound, that the world itself seems to stop and listen. The nightingales in the forest fall silent. The river seems to quiet its flow. The very trees seem to hold their breath. As Beren watches, hidden in the shadows, he is utterly enchanted. All memory of his pain and loss fades away. He has stumbled from a world of shadow into a world of perfect light. He believes he has fallen into a dream, and in this dream, he gives her a name, though he does not know her true one. He whispers it into the stillness of the glade. In the old tongue of the Elves, it means nightingale, daughter of the starlit twilight. The sound of his voice, a mortal voice in this timeless wood, breaks the spell. Lúthien stops her dance, startled, and vanishes like a fleeting vision. But the image of her, dancing in the moonlight, is burned into Beren's heart forever. He spends the seasons that follow searching for her. Through the autumn, as the silver leaves of the beeches turn to pale gold and drift slowly to the ground. Through the silent, star-lit nights of winter, he wanders the woods, calling her name. His voice is soft, a whisper of longing in the vast, quiet forest. And at last, in the first days of spring, as the world is awakening anew, she appears before him again. She stands beneath the great beech trees, and the longing in his voice, the fate that has drawn him here, touches her heart. She does not flee. And in that moment, as she looks upon him, a doom falls upon her. She, the immortal, the blessed, falls in love with this weary, mortal man. She comes to him and places her hand in his. And as they stand together in the quiet woods, Beren looks into her eyes and sees the light of the stars. Lúthien looks into his and sees the shadow of mortality, the sorrow and the courage of the race of men. And she is not afraid. But their love is not destined to be easy. King Thingol, her father, is proud and stern. He loves his daughter above all things, and the thought of her giving her heart to a mortal man, a fleeting creature of a lesser race, fills him with a cold and terrible anger. When Beren, led by Lúthien, comes to stand before his throne in the deep halls of Menegroth, Thingol looks upon him with scorn. He sees a man in worn, travel-stained clothes, his face etched with sorrow, yet with a light in his eyes that comes from his love for Lúthien. And Thingol, in his pride and his wrath, devises a task he believes to be impossible, a price for his daughter's hand that no one, elf or man, could ever pay. His voice is low and hard, like the grinding of stone. "Bring me," he says, "a Silmaril from Morgoth's crown. Then and only then may you have the hand of Lúthien." A deep, profound silence falls upon the hall. The task is one of utter madness. To go to the fortress of Angband, the heart of all evil in the world, to face the Dark Lord upon his throne, and to steal from his iron crown one of the hallowed jewels of Feanor. It is a death sentence. But Beren, looking at Lúthien who stands beside him, does not despair. His love gives him a strength he did not know he possessed. He looks at the proud king and answers with a quiet, unwavering voice. He will undertake the quest. And so his second journey begins. This is not a weary wandering, but a quest driven by the greatest love the world has ever known. Let your mind drift with him now as he travels north, back towards the lands of shadow. But he does not go entirely alone. In his heart, he carries the image of Lúthien, a light that no darkness can extinguish. The path is long and fraught with peril, but we will not dwell on the struggle. We will drift over the sharpest dangers and feel only the deep, underlying current of hope that pulls him forward. He is captured by the forces of Sauron, Morgoth's chief lieutenant, and thrown into a deep dungeon. But even there, in the darkness, he does not yield. For Lúthien has not remained behind. Her love is not a passive thing to be waited for, but a power in its own right. She escapes the treehouse where her father has imprisoned her, and with her own magic, she follows the one she loves. She is aided by a great hound, Huan, the Hound of Valinor, a noble creature who is fated to speak 3 times before he dies. Together they come to Sauron's fortress. Imagine the scene not as a battle, but as a contest of songs. Sauron, the master of deceit, sends forth wolves and dark creatures. But Lúthien stands upon a bridge over a dark river and begins to sing. Her song is one of power, a song that unravels enchantments and breaks the bonds of stone. It is a song of such piercing beauty that the very foundations of the Dark Tower tremble. Huan, the great hound, overcomes all of Sauron's beasts, and at last, Sauron himself comes forth, a being of shadow and malice. But he cannot withstand the combined power of Lúthien's light and Huan's valor. He is defeated, and the fortress crumbles to dust. Beren is freed, and for a moment they are reunited in a land of sorrow, 2 small figures of light against a vast and encroaching darkness. Together now, they continue the quest. They journey to the very gates of Angband. Let your mind paint the picture. A vast cliff face, dark and sheer, and in it, a gate like a gaping mouth, belching smoke and a dreadful heat. Before the gate lies the greatest wolf that has ever lived, Carcharoth, the Red Maw, a beast bred by Morgoth himself to be a terror to the world. But Lúthien possesses a magic deeper than any wrath. She draws her enchanted cloak about herself and Beren, a cloak of deep shadow woven with the light of sleep, and she begins to sing again. A soft, slow, lulling melody, a song of profound weariness, of the peace of forgetting, of the gentle release of slumber. Feel the power of this song. It flows like a slow, deep river into the senses of the great wolf. His burning eyes grow heavy, his snarling jaw goes slack. The fires of his malice are banked and cooled. And at last, with a great sigh that sends a gust of hot air from the gate, the terrible beast falls into a deep, enchanted sleep. Silently, like 2 dreams, Beren and Lúthien pass him by and enter the fortress of the enemy. Down, down, down they go, through winding stairs and vast, echoing corridors, into the deepest heart of the world. The air grows thick and hot, filled with the clang of distant hammers and the groans of countless slaves. But Lúthien's magic of silence and shadow keeps them hidden. They come at last to the throne room of Morgoth. Imagine a hall of immeasurable size, lit by no lamps, but only by the dull, red glow of rivers of fire that flow in channels through the floor. The pillars that hold the roof are carved into shapes of terror and despair. And at the far end of the hall, upon a throne of black stone, sits a figure of unimaginable malice and power. Morgoth. He is no longer a being of light, but a mountain of darkness and hate. Upon his head rests a great crown of iron, heavy and black, and set within it, burning with a clear, pure, and holy light, are the 3 Silmarils. Their light is the last remnant of the 2 trees of Valinor, a living memory of a bliss that this dark place has never known. Their beauty is a torment to the Dark Lord, burning his flesh, yet his pride is so great that he wears them always, as a symbol of his victory. Lúthien casts aside her disguise and stands before the throne. She offers to dance and sing for the Dark Lord, and Morgoth, in his arrogance and lust, is beguiled. He watches her, and as she dances, she weaves a spell of shadow and sleep more powerful than any she has woven before. Her song is a web of darkness, and it falls upon all who are in the hall. The fires in the floor dim. The hammering ceases. A deep, heavy slumber falls upon every guard, every Balrog, every monstrous creature. And at last, it falls upon Morgoth himself. The great, dark mountain on the throne slumps forward. The iron crown, with its unbearable weight of pride and malice, slips from his head and crashes to the floor with a sound that echoes in the sudden, profound silence. Beren, cloaked in shadow, creeps forward. With his knife, he prizes one of the Silmarils from its iron setting. As it comes free, it fills his hand with a warm, living light. It is a star, come to rest in his mortal palm. It does not burn him, for he is good of heart, and his cause is just. For a moment, he holds the light of the elder days, a perfect, undying beauty in the very heart of darkness. His quest is complete, but in a moment of pride, he seeks to take a second jewel, and the tip of his knife snaps and strikes Morgoth's cheek. The Dark Lord stirs in his sleep. It is time to go. They flee from the throne room, back up the long, dark stairs, with the light of the Silmaril pulsing in Beren's hand. They reach the gate, but their time has run out. The great wolf, Carcharoth, has awakened, and he is filled with a terrifying, burning rage. He blocks their path. Before they can react, the wolf lunges, and its great jaws close not on the Silmaril, but on the hand that holds it. With a snap of bone, the wolf bites off Beren's hand at the wrist, swallowing hand and jewel and all. The sacred light of the Silmaril begins to burn the wolf from within. It drives him to a roaring, fiery madness. Howling in agony, Carcharoth crashes through the gates and flees, a living engine of destruction, a fire running wild through the lands to the north. But Beren lies near death at the gate. Lúthien, with her last strength, holds him and heals him with her touch and her tears. They are rescued by the great eagles of Manwë, who bear them away from the horrors of Angband and carry them softly back to the borders of Doriath. The quest, in its way, has been fulfilled. Beren returns to Thingol, and though he is empty-handed, he raises his maimed arm and declares that he holds a Silmaril in his hand. And when he tells the tale, Thingol's heart is finally softened. He sees the greatness of this mortal man and the depth of his daughter's love. He gives his blessing at last. But the story does not end there, for Beren, wounded and weary, joins the hunt for the mad wolf, and in that final confrontation, both he and the great hound, Huan, are slain. Carcharoth is killed, and the Silmaril is recovered from his belly, but Beren's mortal life has come to its end. Lúthien's grief is a sorrow so deep it threatens to unmake the world. Her song becomes a lament of such heartbreaking beauty that the leaves wither on the trees and the rivers cease to flow. She fades, and her spirit leaves her body, journeying west to the halls of Mandos, the place of waiting for the dead. Imagine her now, a spirit of gray light in a land of gray shadow. She comes before Mandos, the doomsman of the Valor, who is stern and unpitying. But Lúthien kneels before him, and she sings. She sings of her love for Beren. She sings of the joys of men and elves, of the sun and the stars, of the green earth and the brief, beautiful fragility of mortal life. Her song is woven with a sorrow so profound and a love so powerful that for the first and only time, Mandos is moved to pity. He cannot change the fate of men whose spirits must leave the circles of the world. But he goes to Manwë, and Manwë seeks the counsel of Ilúvatar himself. And a choice is offered to Lúthien, a choice that has never been offered before. She can dwell in Valinor for all eternity, forgetting all her griefs, but without Beren. Or she can return with him to Middle-earth and become mortal herself. She can share his fate to live a second, shorter life, and then to die a true death, her spirit passing away from the world forever. Without hesitation, she chooses mortality. She chooses love. And so they return. They are seen again for a brief time, walking hand in hand in the forests of Osirian. They dwell on Tol Galen, the Green Isle, far from the wars and sorrows of the world. And there they live out their days in a quiet, profound peace. Lúthien, the morning star of the Elves, has become a mortal woman. And in their union, the two kindreds of elves and men are joined, weaving a new thread of hope into the tapestry of the world. Their tale is over now. It is a story that ends not in a grand victory, but in a quiet, shared peace. A story of a light that shone brightest in the deepest dark. Let the echo of that story soothe you now. Feel the power of that love, that hope, and let it quiet your mind. You are safe, far from any shadow, resting in the warmth of a new dawn. The tale of Beren and Lúthien is now a part of you, a gentle light to carry with you into the peaceful, silent country of your dreams. Sleep now. Sleep deeply. Let the golden light of the new dawn settle upon you, a soft and weightless blanket. You are resting in a quiet hollow of the world, a place of deep peace and renewal. The great tale of love and courage has washed through you, leaving in its wake a feeling of profound calm. The air is still and sweet with the scent of new leaves and damp earth. The river murmurs its endless, gentle story nearby. Here, in this moment, all is well. All is quiet. The first age of the world has drawn to its close, not with a sudden crash, but like a great tide receding, pulling with it the sorrows and the long wars that had stained the green lands of Beleriand. The great tale you have just heard of a mortal man and an immortal elf was a star that shone brightest in the deepest night of that age. But now, a new sun has risen, and with its light, the final shadows are swept away. Feel the world around you sigh, a deep and ancient exhalation of relief. The great war against the first Dark Lord is over. The host of the Valar, bright and terrible, came from the west, and the conflict that followed shook the very foundations of the world. But you need not witness the fire and the fury. For you, it is only a distant echo, a deep rumbling far below the threshold of hearing, like the shifting of mountains in their sleep. Beleriand, the land of so many songs and sorrows, was broken in that great struggle. The green plains and ancient forests, the hidden kingdoms and the starlit pools were drowned beneath the rising waters of the great sea. Imagine that water now, a vast, cleansing flood. It is not an image of destruction, but of purification. The sea rolls in, calm and deep blue, to cover the old scars of the world. It washes over the ruins of ancient cities and the fields of forgotten battles, smoothing them into memory, into legend. The water is cool and silent, and with its coming, a long and painful chapter is closed. The world is made new. And as you float in this peaceful, dreamlike state, feeling the gentle undulation of a world reborn, you can feel a new story beginning to form in the deep. For the men who had stood with the elves, who had held to hope in the long darkness, a gift was prepared. As the old lands sank, a new land was raised. Far out in the great sea, between the mortal shores of Middle-earth and the immortal coast of Valinor, the Valar reached down into the deeps and brought forth an island. It was not born of fire and violence, but raised gently, like a single, perfect note held in the music of creation. Feel the ground beneath you, no longer the soft earth of a forest hollow, but the firm, new soil of this land, rising from the waves. The air is clean and sharp with the scent of salt and sea spray. The island is shaped like a five-pointed star, a sigil of hope set upon the blue waters, and it is called by many names: Elena, the land of the star, and Andor, the land of gift. But it would be known in the songs of men for all the ages to come as Númenor, the Westerness. This is your new place of rest, a land of peace, a reward for faithfulness. The Edain, the fathers of men, are brought here in ships over the quiet sea, guided by the light of Arundel's star, the same star born of the Silmaril that Beren and Lúthien had won. They are weary from the long ages of struggle, and as they step onto the white shores of Númenor, a great peace settles upon them, and upon you. The Valar also gave them another gift. Not the immortality of the elves, for that was not theirs to give, and it is not the nature of men to be bound to the world forever. Instead, they were given a great span of life, 3 times that of other men. Their minds were broadened, their wisdom deepened, their bodies made stronger and more fair. They were to be the greatest of the race of men, a bridge between the mortal and the divine. And so the second age of the world begins, an age of sun and sea, of wisdom and exploration. Let your mind drift now and settle in the golden years of this island kingdom. Picture the land of Númenor in its glory. In the very center of the star-shaped isle rises a great and sacred mountain, the Meneltarma, the pillar of heaven. Its slopes are green and gentle, covered in soft grass, and no building or path is made upon it, for it is a holy place, dedicated to Eru Ilúvatar, the One. From its summit, on a clear day, a man with the keen eyes of the Númenorians could see the distant, shimmering coast of the undying lands themselves, a pale, white line on the western horizon, a promise and a memory. Feel the gentle, ever-present breeze that blows across the island. It carries the scent of the sea from the 5 great bays and the fragrance of 1,000 flowers from the rolling inland fields. The elves of the lonely isle, Tol Eressëa, came as friends, sailing from the west. They brought gifts to adorn the new land. They brought the seeds of fragrant trees and flowers that bloomed in all seasons. They brought songbirds with jewel-bright feathers, whose music now fills the air, a constant, gentle melody that soothes the heart and stills the mind. And in the heart of the king's city, Armenelos the Golden, they planted a seedling. It was a white tree, a descendant of Telperion, the silver tree of Valinor. Its name was Nimloth the Fair, and it grew in the courts of the king, and its long, dark leaves were silver on their underside. At dusk, it would open its countless white blossoms, and the whole city would be filled with a soft, sweet perfume that drifted on the night air, a scent of peace and starlight. Let your mind wander through the streets of Armenelos. The city is built of white stone that gleams in the sun. The roofs are of silver and gold, not in gaudy display, but with a grace and craft that catches the light and sends it dancing. The towers are tall and slender, reaching for the blue sky, but they are not fortresses. They are watchtowers for stargazers, libraries for lore masters, and quiet chambers for contemplation. There is no wall around the city, for Númenor has no enemies. The sea is its wall, and peace is its shield. Listen to the sounds of the city. There is no clamor, no shouting. There is the gentle hum of a people at peace with themselves and their world. You can hear the soft chime of silver bells, the distant, rhythmic tap of a craftsman's hammer, the low voices of scholars deep in conversation, and always, underneath it all, the murmur of the sea, lapping against the quays of the great eastern harbor, Romena. Drift towards that harbor now. The sun is warm on your skin. The sky is a perfect, cloudless blue. The harbor is filled with ships, the greatest ships the world has ever known. They are not warships, bristling with weapons. They are vessels of exploration and friendship. Their hulls are dark and sleek, their masts tall as towers, and their sails are as white as seabird wings, or as silver as the light of the moon. The men who sail these ships are the sea kings of Númenor. They are tall and noble, with eyes that hold the deep wisdom of the sea. They do not fear the ocean, they love it. They have mapped every coastline, charted every current, and named every star in the sky. They sail back to the shores of Middle-earth, but not as conquerors. They come as teachers, bringing gifts of knowledge and craft to the lesser men who live there in twilight and ignorance. They teach them agriculture and metalwork, healing and lore. They are hailed as gods for a time, for their wisdom and their long lives seem magical to those who dwell in the shadow of the past. Feel yourself aboard one of these great ships. The deck is smooth and white beneath your feet. The silver sail above you whispers as it fills with a steady, gentle wind. The ship glides through the water, silent and swift. The sun warms you. The endless blue of the ocean surrounds you, and a feeling of boundless peace and freedom fills your heart. This is the height of Númenor, a time of grace, of wisdom, of light. A long, perfect summer afternoon that seems as if it will never end. Rest here in this golden age. Let the gentle rocking of the ship lull you deeper and deeper into relaxation. There are no dangers on this sea. There are no storms in this sky. There is only the sun, the wind, and the endless, peaceful horizon. The world is wide and beautiful, and you are safe within its fairest creation. Breathe in the clean, salt air. Breathe out and let go of all your cares. But even in the brightest summer, the sun must eventually set. Even in the most perfect peace, a shadow can fall. For the Númenorians, the shadow was born not of an outside enemy, but from within their own hearts. Their long life was a gift, but it was not endless. And as the centuries passed, they began to look upon it not as a gift, but as a limitation. They saw the white shores of Valinor on the far horizon, the undying lands, and they began to question the ban of the Valar, the decree that no mortal could set foot there. They began to envy the immortality of the Elves. This was not a sudden change. It was a slow, creeping melancholy. A whisper of discontent that began to murmur in the quiet of the long evenings. Why must we die? Why must we, the greatest of men, fade from this beautiful world we have built? The thought of death, once accepted as the natural journey of men, became a dread, a darkness, a fear. Feel this subtle shift. The air, once so clear, seems to grow a little heavier. The sunlight, once so bright and warm, seems to hold a little less joy. The people of Númenor, once so open and content, begin to turn inward. Their love of life turns into a clinging, a desperate grasping for more time. They cease their friendly voyages to Middle-earth. Their ships now sail for conquest and tribute, seeking wealth and power in the desperate hope that these things can somehow cheat the end. Their lore masters, who once studied the stars, now study the arts of preserving the body, of prolonging life by any means. They build great and magnificent tombs, spending more craft and care on the houses of their dead than on the homes of their living. The joy of creation begins to fade, replaced by a grim obsession with preservation. The line of kings became divided. The king's men turned away from the Elves and the Valar, speaking only their own tongue and forsaking the ancient traditions. But there were still those who were called the faithful, who held to the old ways, who remembered the gifts they had been given, and did not despair. They lived mostly in the west of the island, in the port of Undunia, and they looked still to the west with reverence, not with envy. But the shadow grew, and into this shadow a new darkness came. Sauron, the greatest servant of the first Dark Lord, had risen again in Middle-earth. He had forged the rings of power and brought war upon the Elves. The Númenóreans, in their pride and power, sailed against him. The 25th king, Ar-Pharazôn the Golden, was the proudest and most powerful of all. He landed in Middle-earth with a host so great and terrible that Sauron's own armies deserted him. Sauron, ever cunning, did not fight. He allowed himself to be taken captive, brought back in chains to Númenor as the ultimate prize, a testament to the king's might. But this was his true victory. For a prisoner can be a counselor, and a whisper can be more deadly than a sword. Feel the presence of this whisper now. It is not a loud or frightening voice. It is subtle, sweet, and reasonable. It speaks to the king in the quiet of his halls. It praises his power. It validates his fears. It tells him that the Valar are liars, keeping the secret of eternal life for themselves. It tells him that death is not a gift, but a curse. It tells him that there is another power, a Lord of Darkness, who can grant the desires of his heart. Slowly, insidiously, the poison spreads. The king, in his terror of death, listens. He turns his back on the Valar and on Eru. The sacred summit of the Meneltarma is deserted. In the heart of Armenelos, a new temple is built. It is a great, round temple, crowned with a silver dome, but no light enters it, and in its center, a great fire is kindled, and its smoke rises, a black stain against the sky. The white tree, Nimloth, is cut down. Its wood is used to fuel that first dark fire. The air of the city, once fragrant with its blossoms, now smells of smoke and fear. The eagles of Manwë, the sacred birds that had nested on the peak of Meneltarma for millennia, depart from the island, flying back to the west in a great, silent procession against the darkening sky. The clouds gather over Númenor and do not break. The sun is hidden. A long, unnatural twilight falls upon the land. The sea grows restless, and great storms lash the coasts. The very land seems to groan in sorrow. But the king, in his madness, does not see these signs. He sees only the approaching end of his own life, and so, spurred on by the whispers of Sauron, he commits his final, greatest folly. He commands the building of a great armament, a fleet of warships unlike any the world had seen, to sail to the undying lands and wrest eternal life from the Valar by force. For 9 years, the forges of Númenor clang with the sound of hammers. It is not the gentle, creative sound of old, but a frantic, desperate noise. The forests are felled to build the ships. The people are enslaved to the king's will. The island is filled with weapons and the engines of war. Finally, the fleet is ready, an armada of golden and black ships, vast and terrible, covering the sea like a dark forest. Ar-Pharazôn the Golden boards his flagship, and at the helm, he gives the order to sail west. Imagine the silence of that departure. A vast fleet moving across a dark, heaving ocean under a sky of permanent, angry cloud. There is no cheering, no birdsong, no hopeful wind. There is only the creak of timber, the slap of waves against 1,000 hulls, and the grim, fearful determination of a people marching towards their doom. The fleet passes the lonely Isle of the Elves, and it is silent and empty, shrouded in mist. They sail on until they see it, the coast of Valinor, the undying lands gleaming under the stars, impossibly beautiful and utterly forbidden. The mountains of the Pelori stand in silent, white majesty. The king's ship comes to the shore. Ar-Pharazôn, in his golden armor, steps out of his ship and onto the sacred beach. He claims the land for his own. And in that moment, the world holds its breath. A profound and terrible stillness falls. The Valar lay down their guardianship of the world and call upon the One, Ilúvatar. And Ilúvatar shows his power. Feel the world shift, not with a crash, but with a deep, resonant groan, as if the very fabric of reality is being rewoven. The flat world is bent. It is made round. The undying lands are taken away, removed from the circles of the world forever, accessible now only by the straight path, a memory in the minds of the elves. And between Númenor and the New World, a great chasm opens in the sea. The waters of the ocean, pulled by this immense change, rear up. From the shores of Númenor, the people see it. A wave, a wall of water that rises to the height of the clouds, blotting out the sky. It does not rush. It comes on slowly, silently, an inexorable, final judgment. It is the sea, come to reclaim the gift that was misused. There is no escape. The wave falls upon the land of the star. It washes over the green fields and the proud cities, the white towers of Armanelos, the dark temple with its smoking altar, the magnificent tombs, all are broken and scoured away. The island of Númenor, with all its pride and glory and folly, sinks beneath the waves, into the deep chasm, to be lost forever. A dream of a land that once was. The water is calm again. The world is changed. But not all were lost. The faithful, who had not joined the king's madness, had been warned. Their leader, Elendil the Tall, and his sons had prepared their own ships. They did not sail west to war, but waited in the eastern harbor of Romana. When the cataclysm came, the same great wave that destroyed the island lifted their 9 ships and bore them up. The wind of the world's reshaping became a mighty storm that drove them eastward, away from the ruin. Feel yourself on one of those ships now, tossed on a dark and churning sea under a sky of black cloud. But you are not afraid. You are safe. The storm is a mighty hand, guiding you, preserving you. And after many days, a wind comes from the west, and the clouds are swept away. The sky is clear again, and high above, a single, brilliant star is shining. The star of Arendil, a sign of hope. And then you see it. Land, the shores of Middle-earth. The storm has carried you home. Your ship glides into a quiet estuary, and you step out onto solid ground. The air is cool and smells of pine and earth. The long, terrible night is over. The memory of Númenor is a deep and sorrowful legend within you, a cautionary tale of starlight and shadow. But here, on this new shore, under the familiar stars, A new beginning awaits. The storm has passed, the sea is calm, and you can rest, safe and sound, in the deep and quiet peace of a world made new. The great storm has passed. The world-breaking wave that swallowed the star of the sea is now but a memory, a deep and shuddering echo in the heart of the world. Here, on the quiet shores of Middle-earth, you are safe. You are at peace. The ground beneath you is solid and real, a gentle comfort after the endless motion of the sea. You can feel the fine, cool sand shifting slightly under your weight, and the firm, dark earth just beyond the tide line, rich with the scent of pine and wet stone. Breathe in the air of this new morning. It is crisp and clean, washed by the rains of the great tempest, and it carries the sweet fragrance of the vast forests that rise in silent ranks behind you, their dark green canopies still heavy with dew. Breathe out and let go of the memory of the storm, of the falling towers and the roaring water. Let it all dissolve into the gentle, rhythmic sound of the waves that now lap peacefully at the shore. Listen to that sound, a soft, endless whisper, a shushing sigh as the water slides over the sand, and a deeper, quieter murmur as it draws back again. It is the breathing of the sea, calm and steady now, its anger spent. Above you, the sky is a canvas of the softest gray and pale rose, heralding the dawn. The familiar stars, the friends of a lifetime, are beginning to fade one by one, giving way to the gentle light. They are the same stars that shone upon Númenor in its glory, and they shine now upon its memory, a constant and reassuring presence in the turning of the ages. Here, in these new lands, a new hope is being planted, like a single, precious seed carried from a lost garden. The faithful, the survivors of the wreck, have begun to build again. You can feel this not as a clamor of construction, but as a quiet, determined intention settling upon the land. White stones are raised, not in pride or defiance, but in remembrance and reverence. They gleam in the first light, their foundations set deep in the good earth of this new home. In a high court, a sapling is planted. It is a child of Nimloth the Fair, the white tree of Númenor, which was itself a child of the trees of ancient days. Its leaves are dark green on one side and a shimmering silver on the other. As a soft breeze drifts in from the sea, you can almost hear the gentle rustle of those leaves, a sound like whispered promises. It is a symbol that life endures, that beauty can be replanted, that even after the greatest of losses, a new beginning can take root and grow towards the light. And so the second age of the world unfolds. The years pass not like the ticking of a clock, but like the slow, graceful turning of the seasons. Summer follows spring, and autumn follows summer, and the deep, quiet peace of winter settles over the land time and again. The kingdoms of men, Gondor and Arnor, grow slowly, their white towers rising beside the great river Anduin and upon the northern hills. Their light is a steady, hopeful beacon in a world that has known great shadow. But our journey now, as you settle deeper into comfort, deeper into rest, takes us away from the realms of men and back to the elves. Let your awareness drift northward and westward, over long leagues of green forest and misty hills, until you come to a hidden land nestled at the feet of the great mountains. This land is called Eregion, the land of holly, and it is here that the last great craft of the elves in Middle-earth will come to its high noon. Feel the air change as you arrive. It is cooler here, clearer. It carries the scent of evergreen and the clean, sharp smell of mountain stone. The light is different too. It is a clear, bright light, as if filtered through crystal. Eregion is a place of immense and joyful creativity. The Noldor who dwell here are the people of the Gwaith Imirdain, the Fellowship of the Smiths, and their leader is Celebrimbor, grandson of the great Feanor himself. Listen, beneath the sighing of the wind in the holly trees, you can hear a faint, melodious ringing. It is the sound of 1,000 silver hammers striking with purpose and with art. It is not a harsh or industrial sound, but a music, a symphony of creation. The forges of Eregion burn with a clean, bright flame, and the elven smiths who tend them are filled with a deep and burning desire to learn, to create, to understand the secrets of the world, and to make Middle-earth as beautiful and as blessed as the Valinor they have lost. They wish to halt the slow decay of time, to preserve the beauty they love, and to create a haven of peace and perfection. It is a noble dream, born of love and a deep longing for the undying lands. And into this land of bright hope and tireless craft, a new presence comes. He does not arrive with thunder or in shadow, but as softly as the morning mist. He calls himself Annatar, the Lord of Gifts, and he is beautiful. Imagine a figure clad in light, whose face is fair and whose eyes hold the wisdom of ages. His voice is like music, every word perfectly chosen, every tone soothing and persuasive. He does not command, he offers. He does not demand, he shares. He comes to the elven smiths not as a master, but as a friend, one who shares their great desire to enrich Middle-earth. He tells them that he has knowledge that can help them achieve their dreams, secrets of craft and power that will allow them to preserve all that they hold dear. And the elves of Eregion, in their thirst for knowledge, listen to him. For the shadow of Sauron, the great servant of Morgoth, has long since faded from the memory of most. They believe him to be a messenger from the Valar, one of the Maiar come to aid them, and so they welcome him. Under his guidance, the forges of Eregion burn brighter than ever before. The music of the hammers becomes more complex, more beautiful. The skill of the elven smiths grows beyond all measure. A golden age of craft begins. They create things of wondrous power and breathtaking beauty, and a deep, creative joy fills the land of Holly. It is a time of peace and fulfillment, a time when it seems all dreams might come true. The deception is a gentle one, a slow and subtle poison administered in a cup of sweetest wine. You can feel the allure of it, the deep satisfaction of creation, the hope of a world made perfect and unchanging. And in this high tide of their art, guided by the secret knowledge of Annatar, they begin their greatest work, the forging of the Rings of Power. Let your mind drift into the heart of the forge, into a place of warm, pulsing light and the rhythmic hum of creation. Feel the focused calm of the elven smiths as they work. This is not a labor of sweat and toil, but a dance of thought and will, weaving light and substance and magic into physical form. First, they craft the 7 rings for the dwarf lords in their great mountain halls. Imagine the substance of these rings. They are forged of pure gold, heavy and solid, imbued with the magic of the earth. As they are made, you can almost feel the deep, slow thoughts of the mountains, the vast, silent patience of stone. They are rings meant to find the riches of the deep places, to multiply the treasures of the earth. The sound of their making is a deep, resonant chime, like a hammer striking an anvil in a cavern far beneath the ground. A power to command stone and metal is woven into the golden bands, a magic of substance and of wealth. Then they craft the 9 rings for the great kings of mortal men, who above all else desire power. Imagine these rings now. They are paler, some of silver, some of other metals, and their beauty is more subtle, more perilous. They are cool to the touch, like moonlight on a sword's edge. Into their making is woven the desire for long life, for influence, for the power to command the wills of others. They promise to lift mortal men above their station, to grant them a taste of the undying and the unseen. The magic within them is a whispering magic, a promise of greatness that echoes in the silent chambers of the heart. For many years, the work continues. The 7 are finished, and the 9. And Annatar, the Lord of Gifts, has overseen it all, his fair voice guiding their hands and their minds. But Celebrimbor, wisest of the smiths, begins to feel a subtle disquiet. And so, in secret, working alone, he puts forth the greatest and purest expression of his art. He forges the 3. The 3 rings of the Elves. Sauron's hand never touched them. His mind never sullied their creation. They are forged from pure magic and pure intent, to heal, to understand, and to preserve. First, there is Narya, the Ring of Fire. Imagine a ring of red gold, simple and unadorned, save for a single great ruby that glows from within, like the heart of a flame. It is not a fire of destruction, but a fire of courage and inspiration. Feel its warmth. It is a ring that can kindle hope in the hearts of others, that can inspire them to resist despair and tyranny. It is the fire of the heart, burning brightly against the encroaching cold. Then there is Nenya, the Ring of Water. It is forged of mithril, the true silver of Moria, and it glimmers with a soft internal light. At its heart is set a single white stone, a diamond that shines like a star. It is the ring of adamant, and its power is that of preservation, of protection, and of concealment from evil. Feel its cool, clear light. It is the power of starlight on a still pool of water, a quiet strength that endures, that keeps beauty from fading and allows peace to flourish. And last, there is Vilya, the Ring of Air, the mightiest of the 3. It is a ring of yellow gold, holding a great blue stone, a sapphire that seems to contain the deep, endless blue of the sky. Its power is that of healing and of sustenance. Feel the gentle, stirring breeze that seems to emanate from it. It is the power of the winds and the clouds, the clean air of the high mountains, a force that can soothe wounds and sustain life, a power that keeps the world from growing weary. The 3 rings are complete, a perfect, untainted creation. A deep peace settles over Celebrimbor's forge. The work is done. The elves now have the power to create their own islands of timeless beauty, to hold back the sorrows of the world. But far away, in a land of shadow and fire, the deception is reaching its terrible conclusion. Let your awareness drift now, eastward, over the misty mountains, over the great river, to the dark land of Mordor. Do not be afraid. We will view this from a great and safe distance, as if seeing it in a dream. The land is a desolate plain of ash and dust, dominated by the jagged peaks of dark mountains. And in its heart, one mountain smokes and rumbles. This is Orodruin, Mount Doom. Here, in the fires of the earth, Sauron, his fair disguise of Annatar cast aside, forges his own masterwork. There is no music here, no joy of creation. There is only a vast and silent concentration of will, a terrible, focused malice. He takes all his cruelty, all his desire for domination, all his hatred of the free peoples of the world, and he pours it into a single object, a a simple, unadorned ring of gold. The One Ring. As he forms it in the heart of the volcano, he speaks words of power, a spell of binding in the black tongue of Mordor. And as he speaks them, a tremor runs through the foundations of the world. And back in Eregion, the Elves are suddenly, terrifyingly aware. Celebrimbor is holding the three, admiring their pure light when he feels it. A sudden, searing violation, a cold and commanding presence touching his mind. He looks down at Narya, Nenya, and Vilya, and upon their surfaces, fiery letters, which he alone can read, seem to shimmer for a moment, an echo of the inscription now appearing on the Master Ring in the fires of Mount Doom. He understands in a single, sickening moment of clarity. The betrayal is absolute. Annatar was Sauron. All their work, all their knowledge has been turned to a terrible purpose. The Seven and the Nine were but instruments, created to enslave their wearers to the will of the One. A great silence falls over Eregion. The music of the hammers ceases. The bright fires of the forges are banked. The Elves take off their rings and hide the three so that Sauron can never find them or master them. The Golden Age of craft is over, shattered in an instant. All that is left is the cold, hard reality of a world on the brink of a new and terrible war. But you do not need to feel the fear of that war. You can simply observe it as a story that has long since passed. The fury of Sauron, when he realized his plan had been discovered, was terrible. He unleashed his armies, and a great darkness swept over the land. The beautiful country of Eregion, the land of Holly, was utterly destroyed. Its green fields were burned, its bright towers were thrown down. It became a ruin, a memory of a lost dream. Yet, even in this darkness, there was resistance. A great alliance was formed, the last alliance of elves and men. Imagine it not as a clash of steel, but as a great and solemn gathering. From the north came the High King of the Elves, Gil-galad, and his spear Eglos shone with a cold, blue light. From the newly founded kingdoms of the south came Elendil the Tall and his sons, Isildur and Anarion, and their swords shone with the light of the sun and the moon. They marched together, a vast and shining host, to the very gates of Mordor, and there, on the desolate plains before the Black Gate, they fought. The siege was long, lasting for 7 years. The world seemed to hold its breath. Let the details of the battle fade, like a distant tapestry. See only the final moments, as if through a mist. See the great, dark figure of Sauron himself, descending from his tower. See the light of Gil-galad's spear and Elendil's sword as they challenge him. See the fall of the two great kings, their light extinguished. But see also the son, Isildur, take up the hilt shards of his father's broken sword, Narsil, and with a last, desperate stroke, cut the One Ring from Sauron's hand. And with the ring severed from its master, Sauron's power is broken. His physical form dissolves into nothing. His spirit flees into the wilderness, a powerless shadow. The armies of Mordor are defeated. The war is over. A deep, profound quiet settles over the battlefield. The sky is gray and heavy with smoke. The land is broken and silent. The great deeds are done. The Second Age of the world has come to its bloody and sorrowful end. Isildur stands over the vanquished foe, the ring in his hand. It feels warm to the touch. It is beautiful, perfectly round, perfectly smooth. A whisper enters his mind, a soothing, persuasive voice, and Isildur, weary from war and grief, succumbs. He does not destroy the ring in the fires of Mount Doom, as he was counseled to do. He keeps it, The armies of the last alliance turn for home, leaving the blighted land of Mordor behind them. The shadow has been defeated, but it has not been destroyed. It remains, hidden in a simple gold band, waiting for its time to return. But that is a story for another age. For now, the war is over. A long, uneasy peace begins. Let the image of the battlefield fade completely. Let the memory of the rings of power dissolve into legend. Come back to the quiet of this moment. Feel the deep and profound peace that follows the end of a long struggle. The world is weary, but it is at rest. You are at rest. The air around you is cool and still. The only sound is the gentle murmur of a river flowing slowly towards the sea. It is the great river Anduin, and its waters are carrying the seeds of the future, washing away the sorrows of the past. Allow this deep quiet to settle into you. The great tales of the Second Age are told. The fall of Númenor, the forging of the rings, the war of the last alliance. They are now just stories, echoes in the long memory of the world. And you have heard them, and now you can let them go, as you drift deeper and deeper into a peaceful, untroubled sleep. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to think about, only rest. Deep, silent, and profound rest. The deep, slow current of the great river Anduin has carried you far from the memories of the Second Age. The echoes of falling towers and clashing armies have been smoothed away by the water, softened into a gentle, rhythmic murmur that now lulls you into an even deeper state of rest. The mists of time part before you, not to reveal another great war or cataclysm, but to welcome you into the long, quiet afternoon of the world, the Third Age. This is an age of waiting, an age of long peace, punctuated by the slow fading of the elves and the quiet rising of men. The great deeds of the past have become legends, whispered by firesides, and the magic of the elder days now slumbers deep in hidden valleys and enchanted forests. It is to these places of quiet refuge that your dreaming mind is now drawn, on a gentle tour of the realms that hold the last light of a fading world. Let the river's current be your guide. Feel its cool, steady pull as it guides your awareness away from the main channel, up a smaller tributary that winds its way westward into the heart of the lands of Eriador. The air grows softer, warmer. The scent of wild river reeds gives way to the sweet smell of clover and hay. The grand, epic landscapes of mountains and mighty rivers dissolve into something smaller, kinder, more intimate. You have come to a land of rolling green hills and quiet contentment. You have come to the Shire. There are no great cities here, no soaring towers or mighty fortresses. The landscape is a gentle patchwork of small woods, tidy fields, and winding lanes that meander lazily over the hills. The sky above seems wider, bluer, and the clouds drift by with a slow and unhurried grace. You are floating now, just above the lush green grass, which feels as soft as velvet. The sun is warm on your skin, a comfortable, golden warmth that sinks deep into your bones, releasing any lingering tension. Listen, the only sounds are the gentle hum of bees in the clover, the cheerful chirping of birds in the hedgerows, and the soft sigh of a breeze rustling the leaves of ancient oak and elm trees. Below you, nestled into the sides of the green hills, are the homes of the hobbits. They are not houses built upon the earth, but rather into it. Long, low, comfortable holes, with perfectly round doors painted in bright, cheerful colors: sunny yellow, grass green, sky blue. Your awareness drifts towards one such door, a deep green one with a shiny brass knob in the very middle. The door is slightly ajar, and from within comes the most wonderful and comforting of scents. The smell of baking bread, of honey cakes, and the faint, sweet aroma of pipeweed. You drift through the opening into a long, wood-paneled hallway. The air inside is cool and smells of beeswax and dried herbs. It is a place of absolute peace. There are no great treasures here, no weapons of war. The walls are lined with pegs for coats and hats, and stands for umbrellas. The floors are tiled and carpeted, and everything is spotlessly clean and wonderfully comfortable. This is a place built for simple joys, for good food, for a warm fire, for the telling of stories and the singing of simple songs. You can almost hear the quiet, contented rhythm of life here, the gentle sweeping of a broom, the soft thud of a gardener's trowel in the rich earth outside, the quiet rustle of pages as someone reads a book in a comfortable armchair. You drift deeper into the hobbit hole, to a round window that looks out over a sprawling garden. Flowers of every color nod their heads in the breeze. Rows of vegetables grow in neat, happy lines. A small stream gurgles peacefully at the bottom of the garden, its surface dappled with sunlight. This is a life tied to the turning of the seasons, a life of deep, unassuming peace. There is no ambition here beyond a well-tended garden, no desire greater than for a full pantry and a good tale to share with a friend. Allow this profound sense of simple comfort to envelop you completely. Feel yourself sinking into the soft, green earth of the Shire, held safely in its gentle, rolling embrace. There is nothing to do here but rest, nothing to achieve but peace. Let the gentle sounds and warm scents of this quiet land be your lullaby as you drift deeper and deeper into serene and untroubled sleep. And now, a new path calls to your dreaming spirit. A soft wind, cool and smelling of pine, begins to lift you from the warm hills of the Shire. It carries you eastward, up, over the rolling plains, and towards the jagged, hazy line of the misty mountains. The air grows clearer, sharper. The comfortable, earthy peace of the Shire gives way to a more ancient, ethereal stillness. The wind whispers through tall pines and ancient firs, a sound like the deep, slow breathing of the mountains themselves. You are guided down, not onto the plains, but into a deep, hidden cleft in the mountainside. The valley is steep-sided, a secret fold in the earth, protected from the wider world. As you descend, the sound of the wind is joined by another, more musical sound, the sound of falling water. It is a constant, soothing chorus, the rush and splash and murmur of countless waterfalls and cascades, tumbling down the valley walls to feed the swift-flowing river below. This is the Valley of Imladris. In the common tongue, it is called Rivendell. It is the last homely house, a sanctuary of elven wisdom and peace, hidden from the growing shadows of the world. There is no single great building here, but a series of graceful halls, libraries, and terraces that cling to the valley side, built in perfect harmony with the rock and the river. Elegant, slender bridges span the rushing water, and everywhere, lanterns hang from the branches of the trees, casting a soft, silver and golden light that never seems to waver. Your awareness drifts onto a wide balcony, overlooking the main waterfall. The spray mists your face, cool and refreshing. The air is filled with the scent of damp moss, wet stone, and the faint, sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers. The light here is gentle, a perpetual twilight beneath the sheltering trees. It is neither day nor night, but a timeless, peaceful in-between. Listen closely. Beneath the ever-present music of the water, you can hear other sounds. The faint, clear notes of a harp played by unseen fingers. The soft murmur of elven voices speaking in their beautiful, flowing tongue. Not in loud conversation, but in quiet reflection, sharing thoughts as ancient as the mountains themselves. There's a deep, abiding peace here, a sense of stillness that is soaked into the very stones of the valley over thousands of years. This is a place of healing, of rest, of learning. The air itself seems to hum with ancient knowledge and serene wisdom. You feel the weariness of your long journey finally release its hold. The worries of the world cannot find their way into this hidden vale. The rush of time slows to a gentle, patient rhythm, measured only by the flowing of the river and the turning of the stars. You find a seat on a smooth stone bench, warmed by some inner, gentle heat. You can feel the great, steadfast presence of the mountains all around you, a silent, powerful guard against any disquiet. You are utterly safe here, sheltered in the heart of the world's memory. Let the endless song of the waterfalls wash over you, cleansing your mind of all thought. Let the soft, steady light of the elven lamps soothe your spirit. Breathe in the cool, pure air of Rivendell and feel its timeless peace settle within you. A deep, quiet pool of absolute tranquility, carrying you further and further down into the deepest levels of restorative sleep. From the deep peace of the hidden valley, your dream self is stirred once more, not by a wind, but by a soft, golden light that seems to be calling you southward. You rise from the stone balcony of Rivendell and float along the western edge of the great mountains. The landscape below softens, the sharp peaks giving way to rolling foothills. And then, you see it. A wood, unlike any other. From a distance, it appears to be a shimmering golden haze, a mirage of light nestled between two rivers. As you draw closer, you realize the light is real. It emanates from the wood itself. You have come to the borders of Lothlórien, the Golden Wood, the heart of elven magic that remains in Middle-earth. You drift across the clear, swift water of the river Nimrodell, and as you pass into the trees, all sound from the outside world ceases. The air becomes perfectly still, and yet it feels alive, humming with a gentle, silent power. You are standing in a forest of malorn trees. Their trunks are immense and smooth, the color of silver-gray satin. High above, their branches spread out to form a vast, living canopy, and their leaves are a brilliant, breathtaking gold. A soft, golden light filters down through this canopy, bathing the entire forest floor in a warm, gentle glow. It is as if you are walking through a waking dream of eternal autumn. The ground is not covered in soil or undergrowth, but in a thick, soft carpet of yellow Eleanor flowers and the pale, star-like blossoms of Nifredil. The air is sweet with their fragrance, a scent that speaks of memory and timelessness. There is a profound silence here, but it is not an empty silence. It is a silence full of presence, of ancient, watchful peace. Time itself seems to behave differently within these woods. The past, present, and future feel close, like overlapping layers of light. The griefs and cares of your own life, of the world, feel distant and small, smoothed away by the immense, ageless tranquility of this place. You are drawn deeper into the wood, towards its heart. There, on a great hill, stands Caras Gulladon, the city of the trees. There are no buildings of stone here. The Elves of Lórien dwell on great platforms, or built high in the mighty boughs of the largest malorn trees. Winding stairways of white wood spiral up the silver trunks, and soft, magical light glows from within dwellings that seem to be a part of the trees themselves. Your awareness floats up to one of these high platforms. From here, you can see out over the entire forest, a boundless sea of shimmering gold under a sky of deepening twilight blue, where the first stars are beginning to appear. The air is so clear, so pure. You feel as though you are resting in the living heart of beauty itself. There is no fear here, no sorrow, no decay. There is only the gentle, unwavering light, the profound stillness, and the feeling of being protected by a magic as old and as deep as the earth. Lie back on the smooth silver wood of let the golden light bathe you, dissolving any final traces of worry. Feel the ancient, steady life of the great tree beneath you, its strength and peace flowing into you. You are held, safe and secure, in the boughs of Lothlórien, a place untouched by the haste and sorrow of the world. Let this enchanted peace be your final resting place for the night, as you surrender completely to the silent, golden dream. The golden light of Lórien softens, and the gentle, humming stillness is gradually replaced by a new sound, the sound of a great wind. It is not a harsh or stormy wind, but a vast, steady sigh, sweeping across an endless expanse. Your dream carries you out of the ancient forest and into the wide, open lands of the Horse Lords, the plains of Rohan. Before you stretches a landscape of immense scale. A great green and golden sea of grass ripples and waves under a vast, open sky. The wind is a constant companion here, whispering secrets of the earth and the heavens. It smells of sun-warmed grass, of distant mountains, and of a wild, untamed freedom. You are floating over this endless ocean of grass, feeling the wind comb through you, carrying away all complexity, leaving only a sense of pure, simple existence. In the distance, you see a single green hill rising from the plains, crowned with a stockade of dark wood. And atop that hill, a great hall stands, its roof thatched not with straw, but with pure gold, which gleams and shimmers in the light of the afternoon sun. This is Edoras, the high court of the kings of Rohan, and that is Meduseld, the Golden Hall. Your journey takes you there, not as a visitor to a king, but as a silent observer of its peace. You pass through the great wooden gates, which creak softly in the wind, and drift up the winding path to the summit. The hall itself is long and high, built of mighty timbers, its carvings weathered by centuries of wind and sun. It feels solid, grounded, a part of the very land it stands upon. You do not enter the hall, for the truest peace is to be found outside, under the great sky. You find a place to rest on the grassy slope, looking westward, back across the plains you have just crossed. From here, the world feels immense and quiet. The only sounds are the ceaseless song of the wind, the distant, contented whinnying of horses grazing in the fields below, and the gentle flutter of a green and white banner from the peak of the hall. There is a strength here that is different from the magic of the elves. It is the strength of the earth itself, the strength of endurance, of resilience, of a deep and abiding connection to the land and the seasons. You can feel the slow, steady heartbeat of this place, a rhythm set by the rising and setting of the sun, the turning of the stars, and the galloping of horses across the plains. The sun begins to set, painting the vast sky in hues of fiery orange, deep rose, and soft purple. The golden roof of Meduseld burns with a final, brilliant light before the shadows lengthen, and the stars begin to prick the darkening dome of the heavens. The wind softens to a gentle whisper. The world grows still. Allow yourself to feel this profound sense of space and freedom. There are no walls here to confine you, no ceilings to block your view of the infinite. You are one with the wind, the grass, and the sky. Let the great, quiet emptiness of the plains of Rohan empty your mind. Let the steadfast, earthy peace of Edoras ground your spirit, holding you securely as you drift away on the gentle tide of sleep into a dream of wide open spaces and endless, peaceful skies. From the windswept plains, your journey takes one final turn. A cool, clear air, carrying the faint, salty tang of a distant sea, calls you southward. The rolling fields of Rohan give way to a land of ancient stone. Before you, the mighty chain of the White Mountains rises, their peaks gleaming with snow even in the soft light of your dream. And there, built upon a great shoulder of rock thrust out from the mountainside, is the destination of your tour, the White City of Minas Tirith. It is a place of breathtaking majesty, yet in this time of peace, it is imbued with a profound and silent stillness. The city is built in 7 great tiers, each one encircled by a gleaming white wall, all of them carved from the living rock of the mountain. It seems less a city that was built, and more a city that was awakened from the stone. Your awareness begins at its base, in the green and fertile fields of the Pelennor. You float upwards, a slow, gentle ascent. You pass through the great gate, and the sound of the outside world fades, replaced by the quiet echo of your own imagined footsteps on the white stone. The first level is wide and spacious. The sun has warmed the stone, and it radiates a gentle heat. The only sound is the musical splash of a fountain in a quiet courtyard. Slowly, you rise to the second level, and then the third. Each tier is a world unto itself, with gardens and homes and ancient buildings. The air is clean and clear, and with every level you ascend, the view of the world below becomes more vast and beautiful. You see the great river Anduin, a silver ribbon winding its way to the sea. You see the distant, hazy mountains of Mordor, but their threat is a dormant memory, a sleeping shadow that cannot touch the peace of this place. You continue your effortless ascent, past the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels, until you arrive at the very summit, the Citadel. Here, in the court of the fountain, stands the White Tree, the symbol of Gondor. It is ancient and bare, yet it is not dead. You see, on one of its highest branches, a single new leaf has unfurled, a quiet promise of hope and renewal, glistening with a drop of evening dew. You stand before the high tower, the Tower of Ecthelion, which rises like a spire of pearl and silver into the twilight sky. From this vantage point, you can see the whole world laid out before you. The sun has set, and the sky is a deep, velvety indigo. The stars are emerging, brighter and clearer than you have ever seen them. A cool, gentle breeze whispers around the high battlements, a sound like the world itself breathing a long, slow sigh of peace. This is a place of immense age, of history written in stone. You can feel the weight of the centuries here, the long line of kings and stewards who have watched from this very spot. But it is not a heavy or burdensome feeling. It is a feeling of endurance, of permanence, a sense of deep, unshakable peace. The city feels like a great, silent guardian, watching over the world as it sleeps. Here, at the highest point of the White City, your journey ends. You have traveled from the simple comfort of the Shire to the timeless wisdom of Rivendell. You have rested in the enchanted light of Lórien and felt the freedom of the plains of Rohan. And now, you are here, in this place of silent, steadfast strength. Feel the cool, solid stone beneath you. Feel the vast, starry sky above you. You are at the still point of the turning world, held in perfect balance between earth and heaven. There is nothing more to see, nowhere else to go. You have found the deepest peace. Let the silence of Minas Tirith be your final blanket as you let go completely and drift into the deep, dark, and dreamless sleep that awaits you. You are resting now, high upon the 7th tier of Minas Tirith, the white city of Gondor. The cool, ancient stone beneath you feels solid and eternal, a foundation of peace after ages of strife. A profound silence has settled over the world, a silence that is not empty, but full of the quiet hum of a restored and healing land. The sky above is a vast, deep ocean of indigo, and the stars, those ancient lamps of Varda, burn with a clear, steady light, untouched by the shadows that once threatened to devour them. From this high vantage point, you have felt the stories of the ages settle within you, the music of creation, the shaping of the mountains, the awakening of the elves, the forging of the great jewels, the long wars, the rise and fall of kingdoms, the quiet courage of small folk. And now, the great tale of the Third Age has reached its end. The war is over, the darkness has been thrown down, and the shadow has passed from the hearts of all free peoples. Feel the gentle night breeze as it drifts up from the Pelennor fields below. It carries with it the sweet scent of new grass and the distant, silver murmur of the great river Anduin flowing ever onward to the sea. Down in the court of the fountain, a single tree now grows, its leaves dark against the starlight, its blossoms a cascade of white. The white tree has bloomed again, a symbol of a kingship renewed, of a hope long lost, now finally returned. The king has come home, and with him, an age of peace has begun. But all ages must pass, even ages of peace, and every great story must have its final pages. And so, as you rest here in this perfect stillness, you feel a gentle shift in the currents of the world, a soft, quiet turning, like a page in a book so vast its cover is the sky itself. It is the beginning of the end of an era, the slow, beautiful, and wistful fading of the time of magic. For some, the wounds of the world run too deep to be fully healed, even in victory. The ring, though gone, has left its mark, and for the one who bore it, the memory of its weight, the memory of the fire and the shadow, lingers like a faint, gray stain upon the fabric of the world. Frodo, the ring-bearer, found peace in the Shire, but not true rest. The scent of the sea wind on a spring day, the sound of a gull's cry far inland. These things stirred in him a deep and inconsolable longing, a longing for a shore where all hurts are mended. And so, a time came, years after the fall of the Dark Tower, when a final journey was to be made. It was not a quest of peril or of war, but a pilgrimage of peace, a slow, quiet journey to the sea. Imagine now leaving the high stone city behind and traveling westward. The road is no longer fraught with danger. It is a path of green and gold, winding through lands that are now safe and tranquil. You drift alongside the travelers, an unseen and peaceful companion on this last road. Gandalf is there, his white robes catching the gentle sunlight, his staff in hand, his journey in Middle-earth now complete. He is no longer a guide in a time of war, but a companion on a voyage home. With him ride the last of the great elves of the elder days, Lord Elrond of Rivendell, his face as timeless as a clear gray dawn, his eyes holding the memory of 3 long ages of the world. And beside him, the Lady Galadriel of Lothlórien, her white gown shimmering, her hair a river of pale gold, her power now laid down, her long exile at its end. She too is going home. And with them travel the 2 hobbits who have seen the world beyond the Shire's borders. Old Bilbo, his years now very long indeed, his mind filled with memories of mountains and dragons and the light of the 2 trees he glimpsed so long ago in the House of Elrond. And Frodo, his own journey done, his burden lifted, seeking now the healing he could not find in his own beloved land. Their journey is slow and unhurried. They pass through the lands of men, which are flourishing under the new king. They ride through Rohan, where the green grass rolls like a vast sea under the open sky, and the sound of horns on the wind is one of celebration, not of war. They pass through the gap of Rohan and into the old, quiet lands of Eriador. The sun is warm, the air is clean, and a sense of profound peace lies over everything. It is a world letting out a long, slow breath of relief. They come at last to the borders of the Shire. Here, there are quiet farewells. Samwise, Merry, and Pippin come to ride with them on this one last stretch of the road. There are no great speeches, no grand pronouncements. There is only the quiet comfort of old friends, walking together one final time. The conversation is soft, full of shared memories that drift on the air like dandelion seeds. The road leads them through the deep, green woods of the woody end, and the air grows cooler, filled with a new scent, the crisp, clean, and ancient scent of salt in the sea. And then, through the trees, you see it. A long, gray twilight under a sky of pearl. You have come to Mithlond, the Grey Havens, the last port of the Elves in Middle-earth. Let yourself rest here, in this place of endings and beginnings. The Havens lie at the end of a long, deep estuary, the Gulf of Lúthien, where the river of the same name meets the great sea of Belegar. The shores are quiet and gray. The hills on either side are gentle and covered in ancient trees that seem to whisper in the ceaseless sea breeze. The air itself feels different here. It feels thin and old, as if you are standing on the very edge of the mortal world, looking out towards something eternal. There is no bustling city here, only a quiet harbor nestled in the curve of the shore. The quays are made of pale gray stone, worn smooth by the tides of countless centuries. The sound of the water is a constant, gentle lapping, a soft, rhythmic shushing against the stone, a sound that speaks of immense patience and timeless waiting. The only other sound is the lonely, echoing cry of the gulls as they wheel and turn in the silver air. Here, Círdan the shipwright has dwelt since the beginning of the ages, his beard long and white, his eyes as deep and gray as the sea itself. He has watched the elves come and go for millennia, building the white ships that would carry his kindred away from the shores of Middle-earth, back to the undying lands from which they first came. And now, moored at the final quay, is the last ship. It rests upon the still gray water, its timbers as white as bone, its lines graceful and fine, as if it were carved from a single piece of solidified moonlight. Its tall mast points to the pale sky, and its sail, currently furled, is made of a silken silver cloth that seems to drink in the faint light. It is a ship built not for the rough seas of the mortal world, but for a journey beyond it, a voyage upon the straight road, which leads across the bent oceans of the New World and back to the shores of Valinor. Gandalf, Elrond and Galadriel move towards the ship, their steps silent on the stone. They are figures of myth, passing now from the world of stories into memory. They turn, their faces serene, and offer a final, silent blessing to the world they are leaving behind. Then comes the hardest farewell. Frodo turns to his friends, to Sam, Merry, and Pippin. There are tears, yes, but they are quiet tears. The grief of parting is softened by a deep, abiding love and a profound sense of peace. This is not a tragic end, but a necessary one, a gentle closing of the book. Listen to Sam's quiet words, his promise to tell the story. Feel the final embrace, the warmth of a friendship that saved the world. There is no bitterness here, only a sweet, deep sadness, like the final, beautiful notes of a song that has been sung to its conclusion. Frodo and Bilbo walk up the gangplank, their small figures seeming so frail and yet so impossibly strong. They step onto the white deck of the ship, and a sense of release seems to wash over them. The lines of care on Frodo's face soften. Old Bilbo looks out towards the west, his eyes filled with a sleepy, wondrous curiosity. The time has come. With a soft creak of wood and rope, the mooring lines are cast off. The ship begins to drift away from the gray stone of the quay, slowly, silently. The gap of water widens, a few inches, then a foot, then a yard. The connection to the shore of Middle-earth is broken. A wind, coming from the land, fills the silver sail. It unfurls with a soft, sighing sound, catching the last light of the day. The ship begins to move, gliding down the long, gray firth towards the open sea. It does not cut through the water so much as it slides over its surface, leaving almost no wake behind. It is a vessel of dreams, sailing on a sea of memory. You can stay on the shore with Sam, Merry, and Pippin and watch it go, or you can let your awareness drift with the ship, floating just above its deck as it begins its final voyage. Feel the gentle, steady motion of the vessel as it sails westward. The cries of the gulls fade behind you. The scent of the land, of earth and wood and leaf, is replaced entirely by the clean, boundless scent of the sea. The water of the firth is the color of pewter, calm and reflective. The ship sails on, past the last gray headlands of Middle-earth, and out into the great ocean. The sun is setting now, directly ahead. It is a magnificent, slow-motion farewell. The sky is awash in soft colors, pale rose, gentle gold, and a deep, calming violet. The sun itself is a great, golden orb sinking towards the horizon, laying a glittering path of light across the water, a golden road for the ship to follow. The world behind you, Middle-earth, becomes a faint, dark line on the eastern horizon, and then it is gone. There is only the ship, the sea, and the sky. The light is fading, but it is not a sorrowful fading. It is a gentle transition from day into a twilight of profound peace. The figures on the deck are still and silent, their faces turned to the west, bathed in the warm, golden glow of the setting sun. Galadriel raises her hand, and it seems as though she is holding the last light of the world in her palm. The ship sails on, and as it passes down the straight path, a change occurs. The world of men, the sphere of the earth, falls away beneath you. The sky and the water seem to merge. The ship is no longer sailing on a sea, but through a vast, luminous twilight, through clouds that are like soft, spun gold and mist that is the color of pearl. The air is filled with a faint, impossibly beautiful music, the distant echo of a song that was sung before the world began. You see the ship ahead of you now, growing smaller, following the golden path of the vanished sun. It becomes a white speck against the deepening twilight. It glides past the edge of sight, and for a moment it seems to have vanished. But then you see it again, very far away. A single point of white light, like a bright star, climbing into the western sky. And then it is gone. A deep silence falls, a silence of completion. The last of the magic has passed from the shores of Middle-earth. The elves are gone. The ring-bearers are healed. The wizards have returned from whence they came. The great story is over. And now you find yourself back on the quiet shores of the Grey Havens. The sun has set. The tide is coming in, its soft waves washing over the sand, erasing all footprints, washing the world clean. The water is dark and still, reflecting the first stars of the night. The age of myth and legend is over. The dominion of men has begun. The world is a quieter place now, a more ordinary place, but it is a world at peace. The great book of the elder days is now closed. Its tales have been told, its songs have been sung, and the peace of its ending is now yours to keep. The gentle lapping of the waves on the shore is a soft, rhythmic lullaby, inviting you to let go. Let go of the story. Let go of the day. Let go of all your thoughts and all your worries. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to see. Only the soft sound of the water and the deep, comfortable darkness of the night. The long defeat has ended in a quiet, final victory. And now comes the time for rest. A deep, long, and dreamless rest. Feel the peace of this empty shore settling into you, filling every part of your being. The story is done, the world is quiet, and you are safe. It is time to sleep, time to drift away, just as the white ship drifted into the west, to drift into the deep, calm, and silent harbor of your own peaceful sleep. Sleep now. Sleep. You are resting now on the quiet, dark shores of the Grey Havens. The sun has long since set, and the world is held in the gentle embrace of twilight. The great sea before you is calm, a vast expanse of dark glass reflecting the first faint stars that begin to prick the deep violet of the sky. The last white ship has sailed, a memory now, carrying the last of the magic of the elves into the west. A profound and final peace has settled over Middle-earth, the peace of a story that has found its end. The air is still and cool, and the only sound is the soft, rhythmic whisper of the tide, lapping gently against the sand. A sound like the slow, deep breathing of the world as it prepares for sleep. And as you rest here, at the edge of the world, feeling the deep calm of this final shore, allow your mind to drift. Let it become as light as a seabird's feather, carried on the gentle currents of time. The sea itself holds all the memories of the ages. Its deep waters remember every ship, every star, every sorrow, and every joy. Let the soft, incoming tide carry your awareness backwards, back across the long years of the Third Age, back through the great wars and the forging of the rings, back to the very dawn of the Second Age of the world. Let us drift back to a time of new beginnings, when a great gift was given. A time of unparalleled grace and light, now resting only in memory, deep beneath these same quiet waters. The War of Wrath was over. The terrible might of Morgoth was broken, and he was cast out from the world into the timeless void. Beleriand, the great stage for the sorrows of the First Age, was broken and drowned beneath the sea. But the world was cleansed. A new sun shone upon a new age. And for the Edain, the fathers of men who had stood with the elves, and endured unimaginable loss in the long fight against the shadow, the Valar wished to give a great reward. From the deep, churning waters of the Great Sea, Beligire, they raised a new land. Imagine it now as you drift in this peaceful dream of time. See the waters part, and the foundations of the world shift and groan with a sound too deep to be heard, felt only as a tremor of creation. Slowly, majestically, an island rises from the foam. It is not a jagged volcanic peak born of fire and violence, but a gentle, rolling land shaped with love and purpose. It is formed like a five-pointed star, a perfect and symmetrical creation, a jewel set in the midst of the ocean. The Valar named it Elena, the land of the star, but the men who would dwell there would call it Númenor, the Westerness. It was set apart, equidistant from the shores of Middle-earth and the unseen, blessed realm of Valinor, a bridge between the mortal and the immortal. And to the men who would live there, a gift was given beyond the land itself. Their lifespans were lengthened 3 times and more than those of other men. Not immortality, for that is not the gift of men, but a long, slow, and graceful age, filled with time for wisdom, for craft, for learning, and for peace. Allow your dream self to be among those first voyagers. You are on a tall ship, its sails as white as clouds, guided not by earthly maps, but by a single, brilliant star in the heavens. The star of Rivendell, a mariner's light of hope. The sea is a deep and peaceful blue, and for weeks you have sailed upon it, leaving the sorrows of old Middle-earth behind. The air grows cleaner, sweeter, filled with a fragrance you cannot name, a scent of blossoms and rain-washed earth that seems to blow from the very edge of the world. And then, one morning, you see it, a soft, gray-blue line on the horizon. As you draw closer, it resolves into white cliffs, and beyond them, gentle green hills rising from the sea. And at the very heart of the land, a great mountain, its peak reaching so high that it is often wreathed in a crown of pure white cloud. This is the Meneltarma, the pillar of heaven. There is no sense of menace here, no jagged peaks or shadowed vales. The entire land feels like a promise of peace. As your ship glides into a calm bay, the air is alive with the sound of birdsong, clear and sweet, and the scent of unknown flowers drifts down from the hillsides. You step ashore onto soft, white sand, and the earth beneath your feet feels new, unburdened. This is a land without ghosts, a land without sorrowful memory. This is a new beginning. You and your people spread out across this star-shaped land. In the center, the Middlemar, the inlands, are vast plains of green grass and gentle rivers, perfect for pastures and fields. To the east, in the Orostar, you find forests of fine trees and establish the great port of Romena, where ships will one day sail back to the shores of Middle-earth, bringing knowledge and friendship. In every corner of this blessed isle, life flourishes in a way it never could in the war-torn lands you left behind. In the heart of the land, in the district of Arendor, you build your great city, Armenelos the Golden. Allow yourself to walk its streets now. The city is built upon a gentle hill, and its buildings are made of white and gray stone that gleams in the sunlight. There are no great walls or fortifications, for there is no enemy to fear. The streets are wide and paved, lined with tall, slender trees with silver bark and dark green leaves. Fountains play in open squares, their waters catching the light and casting shimmering rainbows on the white marble. The sound of the city is not the clamor of industry, but the gentle murmur of voices, the soft notes of a harp played from a balcony, and the constant, soothing splash of water. At the city's heart stands the king's palace, the home of Elros Tar-Miniatur, brother of Elrond, who chose the gift of mortality and became the first king of Númenor. His tower is tall and graceful, but it is a tower of wisdom, not of power. And in the highest court of the citadel, a single tree grows. It is Nimloth the Fair, a seedling brought from the undying lands, a descendant of the same silver tree that once lit the blessed realm of Valinor. It is a living symbol of the friendship between men and elves. During the day, its leaves are dark green on top and silver beneath, shimmering in the breeze. But at night it blooms. Its flowers open to the stars, great white blossoms that fill the evening air with a scent so beautiful, so serene, that it stills the heart and brings a deep and profound peace. Imagine yourself resting in a quiet garden in Armanelos as evening falls. The sky above is a deep, clear indigo, and the stars are brighter here, closer, it seems, than anywhere else in the world. The gentle, fragrant air is cool on your skin. You can hear the distant, soft murmur of the sea, a constant, peaceful presence that surrounds your island home. The blossoms of Nimloth have opened, and their heavenly scent drifts on the breeze, a perfume of peace and grace. In these golden years, you are a mariner. Your people become the greatest seafarers the world has ever known. You build tall, strong ships, their prows carved like the swans and eagles of your new home. You sail not for conquest, but for knowledge, for friendship, for the sheer joy of seeing what lies beyond the horizon. You map the coasts of Middle-earth, and the lesser men who dwell there look upon you as kings and teachers, for you bring them gifts of craft and lore. Yet there is one law you must obey. You may sail as far east as you wish, but you must never sail west, so far that the shores of Númenor are lost to sight. For the west is the way to the undying lands, and mortal men may not set foot there. For a long time, this law is not a burden. It is a simple truth. Your home is here, in this perfect land, and your life is long and full. Sometimes, on the fairest of days, ships will come to you from the west, not from Valinor itself, but from the lonely isle of Tol Eressëa, the home of the elves who lingered. Their ships are white and seem to be made of light, and they bring gifts and news from the undying world. They walk among you for a time, their voices like music, and their presence is a reminder of the grace that watches over your island. When they depart, a great longing fills your heart, but it is a sweet sorrow, a longing for a beauty you are content to know exists, even if you cannot possess it. The highest and most sacred place in all of Númenor is the peak of the Meneltarma. It is a place of absolute silence. No building is made there, no tool is ever brought to its summit. No bird ever flies over its peak. You go there only on foot, in silence, 3 times a year, to honor Eru Ilúvatar, the One. Let yourself make that pilgrimage now. You walk slowly, reverently, up the long, winding path. The air grows thinner, cooler. The sounds of the world below, the sea, the wind in the trees, the life of the city, all fall away until there is nothing but the sound of your own soft footsteps and your quiet breath. When you reach the summit, it is a wide, flattened place, open to the sky, and the silence is absolute. It is a silence so deep, it feels like a presence. From here, you can see your entire star-shaped home laid out below you, a tapestry of green fields, dark forests, and shimmering rivers, all encircled by the endless blue of the sea. On a clear day, if your eyes are keen, you can just make out the faintest, ethereal glimmer on the western horizon, the light of the undying lands, a sight and a promise. Here, under the vast, open sky, you feel a connection to the great music of creation, a sense of peace that goes beyond all understanding. You rest here in this golden age, an age of peace that lasts for thousands of years. The knowledge of your people grows, their crafts become ever more subtle and beautiful. Your cities are works of art, your gardens are places of deep tranquility, and your ships are masters of the sea. You live long, and when your time comes, you pass away gently in sleep, accepting the gift of men as a journey to a destination you do not know, but do not fear. This is the height of the glory of men, a time of such peace and wisdom that it is remembered in song and legend for all the ages to come. But even in the most perfect summer afternoon, a cool breeze can whisper of the coming autumn. As the centuries pass, a subtle change begins to stir in the hearts of your people. Your lives are so long, so beautiful, so rich, that the thought of leaving them becomes a sorrow. The gift of men, once accepted with grace, begins to feel like a doom. A shadow of fear, small at first, begins to grow. The people of Númenor begin to envy the immortality of the Elves. The Western Sea, once a symbol of the grace that protected you, begins to feel like a barrier, a cage. The gentle sigh of the waves on the western shores of the island no longer sounds like a lullaby, but like a lament for something you cannot have. The whispers of the Elves from Erisea, once a joy, now become a painful reminder of all that you are not. But that shadow is still far off. It is a distant cloud in a sky of perfect blue. For now, in this moment of deep, restful memory, you are held in the perfect noon of Númenor's glory. Do not follow the story into its twilight and its terrible night. Stay here in the golden light. Rest now in a garden in Armenelos. The evening is warm. The stars are wheeling slowly overhead in their silent, cosmic dance. The white blossoms of Nimloth are open all around you, pouring their serene, otherworldly fragrance into the still air. The only sound is the distant, rhythmic murmur of the sea on the shores of the land, a sound that has cradled this island in peace for 1,000 years. Let this perfect moment, this dream of a lost and beautiful age, be your sanctuary tonight. A place of profound peace, of timeless grace, and perfect beauty. There is nothing to do here, nothing to fear. Simply be and allow the memory of this golden age to carry you down, deeper and deeper, into a peaceful, restorative sleep. Remain here for just a while longer in this perfect and timeless memory. You are resting in a quiet garden in Armenelos, the Golden City, in the high and glorious days of the Star Kingdom of Númenor. The great mountain of Meneltarma, the pillar of the heavens, rises behind you, a silent, watchful guardian, its peak lost in the deep indigo of the evening sky. Before you, the land slopes gently away, down through terraces of white stone and silver fountains towards the distant, shimmering sea. The air is cool and soft against your skin, carrying the impossibly sweet fragrance of the white tree, Nimloth, whose blossoms gleam like fallen stars in the twilight. Each breath you take is filled with this scent of peace, a fragrance that speaks of ages of stillness and untroubled thought. Listen to the sounds of this place. There is the gentle rustle of the leaves of the white tree, a sound like the softest whisper. There is the distant, musical chime of water from the fountains, a sound that measures not time, but tranquility. And beneath it all, the foundation of this world's peace is the deep and rhythmic murmur of the great sea, breathing in and out upon the shores of the island. It is a sound that has always been here, a sound of profound constancy, a lullaby for a kingdom. Feel the soft, cool grass beneath you, and the solid, certain earth of this blessed isle. You are held safely in this moment, a memory of perfection, where all is as it should be. The stars above are brilliant and clear, each one a diamond pinprick in the velvet dark, and they seem so much closer here, as if you could simply reach out and touch them. This is Elena, the land of the star, a gift from the Valor, and in this moment, its peace is absolute. Let the scent of the blossoms, the sound of the sea, and the light of the stars wash over you and through you, carrying you deeper and deeper into stillness. There is nothing to do, nothing to be. Simply rest here in the heart of a perfect memory and let go. The Golden Age of Númenor was long, so long that it felt to its people like an endless summer afternoon. Generations came and went, like the turning of leaves on the white tree, each one living out a life 3 times the span of lesser men. They were wise and tall, and their eyes held the light of the stars under which they had been born. They built cities of white stone that seemed to grow from the earth itself, and they crafted ships with silver sails that explored all the shores of the world, bringing gifts and knowledge, but never seeking dominion. For in those days, they remembered the gift. They remembered the bond of the Valar, not as a restriction, but as a loving protection. They knew that their home was in the world of sun and moon, of birth and death, and that the undying lands in the west were not for them. And so each year, the king would ascend the silent slopes of Meneltarma, and there, in a great quiet, he would give thanks to Eru Ilúvatar, the One, for the gift of life and the beauty of the world. And the people were content. Their long lives were full, and when their time came, they would lie down and pass into a sleep from which they did not wake, a gentle surrender, a willing journey to a fate they did not know, but did not fear. But even in the longest and most beautiful afternoon, shadows must eventually lengthen. The world turns, and what was once a certainty can become a question. And the question that began to whisper in the hearts of the Númenóreans was a simple one, born of their love for the world. At first, it was not a fearful question, but a sorrowful one. They loved the light of the sun, the scent of flowers, the feel of the wind and the sea. They loved their creations, their cities, and their lore. And the thought of leaving it all behind began to feel less like a gentle journey and more like a loss. The gift of a long life began to feel not long enough. And so, a shadow began to fall. It was not a shadow from the sky, but a shadow that grew from within. It was the shadow of the fear of death. And this shadow, once it had taken root, began to change everything, slowly, imperceptibly at first, like the turning of a tide far out at sea. You can feel this change, not as a sudden event, but as a subtle cooling of the air in your perfect garden. The centuries drift by like clouds across the moon, and with their passing, the sweet fragrance of Nimloth seems a little less potent. The murmur of the sea, once a soothing lullaby, now carries a note of endless, sorrowful longing. The people of Númenor began to turn their eyes away from the west. They still honored the Valor with their lips, but their hearts were no longer with them. The ships that once sailed to the shores of Eressëa, the lonely isle of the Elves, to learn, and to listen, now remained in their harbors, or turned their prows to the east, seeking not wisdom, but wealth and power in the lands of mortal men. They became great lords and kings upon the coasts of Middle-earth, but they were no longer bringers of gifts. They were takers of tribute. The elven tongue was no longer taught to their children. The lore of Valinor was forgotten, or put aside as tales for a simpler time. They began to crave immortality, believing that the undying lands held a secret that was being kept from them, that eternal life was a physical property of the soil and the air, something that could be claimed if only they were bold enough. The kings no longer ascended the hallowed mountain to give thanks. The sacred peak of Meneltarma stood silent and empty under the stars. They built great tombs for themselves, vast and ornate houses of the dead, lavishing all their craft and wealth upon the preservation of the body, as if by cheating the decay of the flesh, they could hold on to life itself. But death came for them all the same, and now it came not as a gentle sleep, but as a feared and hated thief in the night. The shadow had deepened. The long afternoon was drawing to a close, and a cold twilight was falling upon the Star Kingdom. The peace of your garden is now just a memory, a distant echo of a song long since ended. And into this twilight of fear and pride, a new voice came to the island. It was carried on the wind from the east, from the dark lands of Middle-earth where a new power was rising. Sauron, the greatest and most terrible servant of the first Dark Lord, Morgoth, had seen the growing shadow in the hearts of the Númenorians, and he knew it was a soil in which he could plant his own darkness. The last and proudest king of Númenor, Ar-Pharazôn the Golden, sailed with a mighty fleet to challenge this new lord of Middle-earth. And Sauron, seeing the might of that host, allowed himself to be taken captive. He came to Númenor not in chains, but in a guise of utter submission, his form beautiful, his mind wise, and his tongue more cunning than any had ever known. He was brought to your garden, to the very city of Armenelos, a prisoner in name only, and he began to speak. His voice was like honey and dark wine, and he spoke of things the Númenorians longed to hear. He spoke of power, of empire, of freedom from the jealous Valar who kept the secret of eternal life for themselves. He whispered of a greater power, a lord of darkness who was the true giver of all things, who could grant them the one thing they desired above all else: life without end. Slowly, you feel the world around you change. The white stones of the city seem to lose their luster, taking on a gray and somber hue. The silver fountains cease their music, their waters running still and dark. The white tree, Nimloth, begins to wither. Its leaves curl and brown. Its fragrant blossoms fall and are not replaced. Its bare, skeletal branches reach up to a sky that is now perpetually overcast. A great temple was built in the center of the city, a mighty dome of polished black stone, crowned with silver. And from this temple, a thin pillar of smoke began to rise, day and night, a dark stain against the gray sky. It was the smoke of sacrifice, for the people of Númenor, led by their king and his new, wise counselor, had turned to the worship of darkness and its master, Melkor. The shadow was no longer a shadow. It was a complete and total night. The faithful, those few who still remembered the valor and held to the old ways, were persecuted, driven into hiding. The island, once a beacon of light and hope, had become a place of fear, tyranny, and despair. The air, once sweet with blossoms, now carried a faint, acrid taint. The sea, once a friend, now beat upon the shores with a restless, angry sound. The gift had been rejected. The grace had been squandered, and the end was drawing near. Our Pharazôn, now old and in deep fear of his own mortality, listened to the final lie of Sauron. He was told that if he were to set foot upon the Undying Lands, he would become immortal himself. And so, in his pride and his terror, he committed the ultimate folly. He built the greatest fleet the world had ever seen, a vast armada of ships, gilded and armed for war. His goal was to sail into the west, to assail the shores of Valinor itself, and to take by force the gift he believed he was owed. From your place of deep rest, you can see this final act as if in a silent dream. You see the great armament setting sail from the harbors of Númenor, a forest of masts, sails of black and gold, moving out upon the sea under a sky bereared of sun or stars. It is a silent, ghostly procession, a monument to pride sailing towards its own doom. There is no sound of trumpets, no cheering from the shore, only a vast, expectant hush as the world holds its breath. The fleet sails west and disappears over the horizon beyond the sight of the world. And then, for a moment, all is still. An unnatural, profound quiet settles over the island. The angry sea becomes calm, as smooth and dark as glass. The wind dies. The world waits. And then the world is broken. The Valar, seeing this final act of rebellion, laid down their guardianship of the world and called upon the one, Ilúvatar. And Ilúvatar showed his power. The change does not come with a roar or a crash, but with a deep, world-shaking hum, a vibration that you feel in the very fabric of your being. The sky splits open. A chasm of emptiness appears between Númenor and the Undying Lands. The straight road to Valinor is removed from the circles of the world forever, and the world itself is bent. And the sea rises up. Do not be afraid. You are merely an observer, held in a deep and untouchable peace. You are watching a memory of a world that is no more. See the wave. It is not a wave of water, but a wave of reality itself. A colossal, mountain-high wall of dark, silent ocean rising in the west. It moves not with speed, but with a slow, inexorable, and cleansing purpose. It comes for the island. It washes over the shores, the plains, the cities of dark stone. It takes the black temple and its smoking altar and pulls it down into the silent depths. It rises up the slopes of the holy mountain, Meneltarma, until even its sacred peak is submerged beneath the tide. The land of the star is no more. It is drowned, returned to the deep from which it was first raised. There is no sound of screaming, no chaos, only the deep, resonant hum of the world being remade and the vast, final sigh of the ocean closing over the greatest kingdom of men. And now there is only water, a vast, unbroken sea rolling peacefully under a newly cleared sky where the stars are once again beginning to shine. The smoke is gone, the pride is gone. The fear is gone. All has been washed clean. You are not on the island. You are not in the wave. You are floating peacefully in the great quiet that follows. You are adrift on the calm, dark waters under the familiar stars. The cataclysm is over. The long, sad story has ended. And in its place, there is a profound and cleansing stillness. The water holds you. The stars watch over you, and the deep, slow rhythm of the remade world is a gentle, soothing lullaby, carrying you now into an even deeper state of rest, a sleep as profound and as peaceful as the silent ocean floor. The great, world-breaking wave has passed. The waters upon which you float are now calm, a vast and unbroken mirror of obsidian under the newly washed stars. The memory of Númenor, of its white towers and its fragrant gardens, has been taken by the deep, a dream that has ended, a song whose last note has faded into a profound and cleansing silence. Feel the gentle, rhythmic rocking of the sea, a slow and steady cradle, breathing in and out. The world has been changed, bent and made new, and in its remaking, a great quiet has fallen. There is nothing here but the vastness of the water, the endless canopy of the sky, and the deep, abiding peace that follows the storm. Let this peace wash over you. Let it seep into you as you drift. The echoes of that great cataclysm fade, carried away on the slow currents, leaving only stillness behind. And in that stillness, a new age is waiting to be born. Allow your awareness to drift away from the open sea now, drifting like a single, weightless seed on a soft and steady wind, carried eastward, back toward the ancient shores of Middle-earth. You pass over the quiet coastlines, over sleeping hills and dark, silent forests, until your journey comes to rest in a hidden land nestled against the western feet of the great, misty mountains. This land is called Eregion, the land of holly, and here, in the quiet beginning of this new age, there is a time of peace, a time of making. Feel the air around you here. It is cool and crisp, scented with pine and the clean, earthy fragrance of damp moss. The light is soft, filtered through the dense, dark green leaves of the holly trees that give the land its name. The sound that fills this place is the gentle, ceaseless murmur of running water as the river Saranen winds its way down from the mountains, and the distant, rhythmic, and almost musical sound of hammers, soft and clear as tiny bells, ringing on silver and gold. For this is the realm of the Gwaith Imirdain, the people of the jewelsmiths. They are the Noldor, the deep elves, and among them are the greatest craftsmen to have remained in Middle-earth. Their leader is Celebrimbor, grandson of the legendary Feanor, and like his grandfather, his heart is filled with an unquenchable fire for making, a desire to create things of sublime and enduring beauty. He and his people wish to make this gray, mortal land as fair as the undying lands they have forsaken, to preserve the memory of that blessed light in artifacts of their own devising. Rest here in the deep peace of Eregion. Feel the steadfast strength of the mountains at your back and the gentle, creative energy that hums in the very air of this place. The elven smiths are at work in their halls, and their hearts are full of hope. They seek to understand the very fabric of the world, to learn its secrets, so that they might halt the slow decay of time and preserve the beauty they have made. And so it is to this desire, this pure and noble yearning, that a shadow comes. It does not come as a storm or a monster of the dark. It arrives in a fair and pleasing form, a being of great beauty and wisdom, who calls himself Anatar, the Lord of Gifts. His face is fair to look upon, his eyes are deep and full of ancient knowledge, and his voice is a soothing balm, filled with understanding and the promise of secrets unveiled. He walks among the elven smiths, not as a conqueror, but as a friend, a guide. He speaks to their deepest desire, the desire to create, to preserve, to make Middle-earth an eternal paradise. He has knowledge, he says, that can aid them, knowledge of the world's inner workings, of powers they have only dreamed of. Feel the gentle persuasion in his words, like honeyed wine, spreading a slow, comfortable warmth. There is no alarm, No sense of danger, only the quiet excitement of discovery. Celebrimbor and his people, in their pride and their eagerness, listen to him. They welcome him into their workshops, into their halls of making, and under his guidance, their craft rises to heights they had never before imagined. Imagine the forges of Eregion. They are not the roaring, hellish furnaces of a darker craft. They are places of quiet concentration and wondrous art. The fires burn with a clean, white heat, and the air hums with elven song, woven into the very act of creation. Here, precious metals are not merely beaten into shape, but persuaded, coaxed into forms of breathtaking elegance. Light is captured in gemstones, and secrets are whispered into silver wire. Annatar moves among the smiths, a calm and reassuring presence. He teaches them to bind power into smaller, more subtle forms, to create rings that can enhance the wearer's innate abilities, that can slow the passage of time in the lands they govern, preserving all things in a state of unchanging beauty. It is the fulfillment of their greatest wish. And so the great work begins, the forging of the rings of power. Let the rhythmic, soothing sound of the elven hammers be a lullaby for you now, a soft and steady beat, like gentle rain on a stone roof. First, they craft the 7 rings for the dwarf lords. Imagine them taking shape, rings of heavy, solid gold, strong and unyielding as the mountains themselves. They are set with great, single gems that drink the light and hold it deep within their facets. An emerald like a captured forest, a sapphire the color of the deep earth, a ruby like a dragon's heart. These rings are imbued with a desire for wealth, for the treasures of the earth, for the patient and unending work of delving and shaping stone and metal. They are made to amplify the stubborn, resilient, and enduring nature of the dwarven folk. Then they fashion the 9 rings for mortal men. These are different. They are beautiful, elegant, and filled with a seductive allure. Some are of silver, some of gold, intricately wrought, holding stones that seem to shimmer with a light of their own. They are filled with the promise of power, the power to command, to rule great realms, to achieve glory that will echo through the ages. They offer a defense against the one great fear of men, the fleeting nature of their lives. The 9 rings whisper of prolonged life, of influence that does not fade, of a greatness that can defy death itself, a powerful and tempting song. The elven smiths work on, their hearts filled with the pride of their craft, unaware of the subtle deceptions being woven into their art, unaware that the Lord of Gifts is guiding their hands for his own purpose. But Celebrimbor, greatest of them all, grows wary. A faint, almost imperceptible shadow of doubt has touched his mind. He feels a presence in the work that is not his own. And so, in secret, working alone in his most hidden forge, he creates the last and fairest of the rings of power. The 3. These he forges without any touch or counsel from Annatar. The hand of Sauron is not upon them. They are free of his taint, and their power is of a different kind. Imagine these 3 rings now, resting in the soft darkness before you. There is Narya, the ring of fire, set with a stone as red as a setting sun. But its fire is not one of destruction. It is the fire of the heart, the power to inspire hope and courage in others, to kindle spirits against despair. It is a gentle, inner warmth in a cold and weary world. Then there is Nenya, the ring of water, wrought of mithril, the true silver of the dwarves that glitters like starlight. It is set with a single white stone, an adamant, that shines with a cool, pure light. Its power is one of preservation, of protection from evil, of keeping things pure and undefiled. It is the stillness of a deep forest pool, reflecting the unchanging stars. And last is Vilja, the ring of air, the mightiest of the three. It is made of gold and holds a great blue sapphire, the color of a clear evening sky. Its power is in healing and wisdom, the power to calm and to soothe, to mend that which is broken. It is the deep, quiet breath of the world itself. For a time, there is a balance. The 19 rings are made, and the craft of the Elves of Eregion has reached its zenith. The land is fair, and all seems well. But far away, in a land of shadow and fire, the Lord of Gifts has shed his fair disguise. In the black land of Mordor, at the heart of the roaring volcano of Orodruin, Mount Doom, Sauron forges one final ring. You are not there. You are safe, resting in the memory of Eregion's peace, but you can feel it, even from this great distance. A sudden chill in the air, a tremor that runs through the very foundations of the earth. The light in the forges of Eregion seems to dim, and the song of the smiths falters and dies in their throats. For into this one final ring, Sauron pours all his cruelty, his malice, and his will to dominate all life. It is the Master Ring, the one that will govern all the others. And as he places it upon his finger, a great and terrible voice echoes, not in the air, but in the minds of all who wear the rings of power. In that single, silent moment, the elves know. They know they have been betrayed. The fair guise of Anatar is stripped away, and they see the Dark Lord, Sauron, in all his ancient malice. With a cry of despair and horror, they take off their rings. The three are hidden, sent away to be kept safe, for Celebrimbor knows that as long as Sauron holds the one, the three are also subject to his will. But it is too late for the seven, and for the nine. Sauron's rage is terrible. His fair promises turn to open war. A great and sorrowful tide of darkness sweeps out from Mordor. The beautiful land of Eregion, the land of Holly, is the first to fall. The green fields are burned to black ash. The clear rivers run red. And the great halls of the smiths, those places of song and wondrous art, are broken and thrown down. The rhythmic chiming of the hammers is silenced forever, replaced by a mournful, empty wind that whispers through the ruins. Let the memory of this sorrow pass over you like a distant cloud. It is an old, old story, a tragedy that has long since turned to myth. The pain has faded, leaving only a gentle, wistful sadness, like the memory of a beautiful song that you can no longer quite recall. The ages of the world turn slowly, like the pages of a vast and ancient book. The power of Sauron grows, and the 9 rings are given to great kings and sorcerers of men, who fall one by one into shadow, becoming the Nazgul, the ring wraiths, slaves to the will of the One. The 7 are given to the dwarf lords, though their stubborn minds cannot be dominated. The rings instead fill their hearts with an insatiable greed for gold, which brings them only ruin and woe. The world grows darker, but hope is not extinguished. A last alliance is formed of elves and the men of the West, the faithful survivors of drowned Númenor, and they march against the shadow of Mordor. Do not see the clash and fire of battle. Instead, imagine a great, slow procession, a river of starlight and steel flowing across the plains. The tall, shining host of the elves, led by the High King Gil-galad, their banners shimmering in the twilight. And beside them, the host of men, led by the tall and noble King Elendil, their faces grim and resolute under the light of the moon. They come to the very gates of Mordor and lay siege to the dark tower of Barad-dûr. The siege is long, so very long. 7 years the armies of the Alliance camp upon the desolate plains, under the oppressive shadow of that great fortress. Feel the immense patience of that watch, the slow turning of the seasons, the stars wheeling overhead, night after night, year after year. It is a slow, grinding test of endurance, a battle of hope against an unblinking, malevolent eye. And at the last, Sauron himself comes forth. See this not as a fight, but as a final, mythic tableau, a figure of immense shadow and fire against 2 figures of light, Gil-galad with his spear, Eglos, and Elendil with his sword, Narsil. They fight, and they cast down the Dark Lord, but in the deed, they too are slain. A moment of immense, silent tragedy. The light of the Elven King is extinguished. The sword of the King of Men is broken beneath him as he falls. The shadow is thrown down, but not destroyed. And in the silence that follows, Elendil's son, Isildur, comes to his father's side. He takes up the hilt shard of the broken sword, Narsil, and with a final, desperate stroke, he cuts the one ring from Sauron's hand. And with that act, Sauron's power is broken. His spirit flees his body, becoming a powerless whisper on the wind. The great tower of Barad-dûr trembles and falls into ruin. The armies of Mordor are scattered in dismay. The shadow is lifted. The sky seems clear and bright again for the first time in an age. A deep, weary silence falls over the battlefield. The war is over. The long watch has ended. But the ring remains, a simple, unadorned band of gold lying in Isildur's palm. It seems cool and harmless now. The great evil it held seems to have departed, and in a moment of pride and weariness, a fateful choice is made. The ring is not destroyed in the fires where it was forged. It is taken, kept as a trophy, an heirloom of a great victory. A seed of shadow, planted for a future age. But that is a story for another time. For now, the tale is ended. The Great War is over. The world is quiet. Let the echoes of these grand and sorrowful events fade away. They are just stories now, whispers from a long-forgotten past. There is only the deep, profound peace that follows the end of a long tale, a stillness in your mind, a heaviness in your limbs, the memory of the rings, of their light and their shadow, dissolves into the soft, welcoming darkness. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to think about, only the gentle rhythm of your own breathing, in and out. The Second Age has ended. A new age will dawn, but you do not need to see it. You need only to rest, to sink down into the deep, quiet, and dreamless sleep that awaits you now. Deeper and deeper into the peaceful dark. The great and terrible tales of the Second Age have now drawn to a close. The memory of the forging of the rings, the fall of the Star Kingdom, and the clash of the last alliance. All of it recedes now, like a vast and distant mountain range sinking below the horizon of the sea. The echoes of those mighty deeds and profound sorrows have softened, carried away on the long, slow river of time, leaving behind only a deep and profound quiet. Allow the memory of those ages to settle, to become like ancient stones at the bottom of a clear, still lake. Feel the weight of history dissolve into a gentle sense of peace. The world did not end in that great war. It simply turned a page. And for a long, long time, the story that was written upon the new pages of the world was one of quiet growth, of slow healing, of things small and green and humble. And so our journey tonight turns away from the epic and the grand. We leave behind the deeds of kings and the fate of empires, and we travel instead into the quiet heartlands of the Third Age, to places of enduring peace. We will not seek adventure, but sanctuary. We will not seek knowledge, but rest. Let your mind become a soft and open meadow, ready to receive the gentle rain of these peaceful visions. Let go of all that has passed and allow yourself to simply be. Our journey begins in the west of the world, in a quiet and forgotten corner of the land of Eriador. The sun of a late afternoon hangs warm and heavy in a sky of pale, cloudless blue. You find yourself standing at the top of a gently rolling hill, looking out over a land so green it seems to be woven from emerald and jade. This is the Shire. There are no great mountains here to pierce the sky, no vast fortresses of stone to command the landscape. There are only hills, soft and rounded like sleeping animals, flowing one into another in an endless, comfortable rhythm. The land is a patchwork of fields and meadows, of small woods and copses of elm and oak. Hedgerows, thick with hawthorn and bramble, trace lazy lines across the countryside, and winding lanes, no wider than a farm cart, meander through the dips and rises of the land. The air itself feels different here. It is soft and clean, and carries on it the sweet, earthy scent of growing things. You can smell the rich, dark soil, the sweet perfume of clover from a nearby field, and the faint, pleasant aroma of wood smoke, hinting at a hearth fire and a kettle about to sing. The only sounds are the drowsy hum of bees drifting among the wildflowers, the gentle whisper of a breeze in the leaves of a tall chestnut tree, and the distant, contented bleating of sheep grazing on a faraway slope. This is a land that has known peace for 1,000 years, and that peace has soaked into the very soil, into the air, into the light itself. You begin to walk, your feet finding a narrow, well-trodden path that leads down from the hilltop. The grass is soft and cool beneath your steps. The path winds downwards into a shallow valley where a small, clear stream chuckles to itself as it tumbles over smooth, mossy stones. You follow the sound of the water, the path leading you alongside its banks. The sunlight dapples through the leaves of the willow trees that lean over the stream, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow on the water's surface. As you round a bend in the path, you see them. Set into the side of a sun-drenched green hill are several low, long houses. But these are not houses of wood or stone. Their walls are the living earth of the hill itself, and their most notable feature are their doors, perfectly round like a porthole and painted in bright, cheerful colors. One is a brilliant sky blue, another a sunny yellow, a third a deep cherry red. Brass knobs sit precisely in the middle of each. These are smiles, the homes of the hobbits, built under the turf, warm in winter and cool in summer. Smoke curls lazily from stout brick chimneys that poke up from the grassy roof of the hill. The windows, also round, are deeply set, and you can see pots of bright red geraniums and trailing lobelia resting on the sills. Each home has a garden, not wild, but lovingly, comfortably tended. Rows of stout cabbages and leafy lettuces grow beside tangled patches of sweet peas. Tall, proud sunflowers turn their faces to the warmth of the afternoon sun. A gnarled apple tree, heavy with the promise of autumn fruit, casts a pleasant shade over a small wooden bench. There is no one about. It is that quiet, sleepy time of day after the midday meal, when the world seems to take a long, slow breath. The only movement is a fat, white cat, sleeping soundly on a warm stone wall, its tail twitching now and then in some deep, contented dream. You feel no sense of intrusion here. The peace of this place is so complete, so welcoming that it wraps around you like a warm blanket. You feel as though you have, in some way, come home. You continue your gentle walk, the lane taking you further into the heart of the Shire. You pass a small mill, its great wooden wheel still for a moment. The water of the mill pond, a perfect, glassy mirror reflecting the blue sky and the green hill beyond. The air smells of flour and old wood. Further on, a low stone bridge with a single, graceful arch crosses the stream. You pause in the middle of it, leaning on the warm stone parapet and gazing down into the clear, slow-moving water. Small fish, like slivers of silver, dart in the shallows, and the long green ribbons of water weeds sway gently in the current. The sun is beginning to dip lower now, and the light has turned from bright yellow to a soft, liquid gold. The shadows of the trees are growing long, stretching out across the fields. A profound stillness settles over the land. The bees have finished their work and returned to their hives. The birds are singing their last, soft, even songs before roosting for the night. The air grows cooler, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and night-scented stock from a nearby garden. You find a place to rest on the grassy bank of the stream, beneath the branches of an ancient oak. You can lean back against its broad, sturdy trunk, feeling the rough, comforting texture of its bark. From here, you can watch as the day gently fades. One by one, lights begin to appear in the round windows of the hobbit holes across the water. They are the warm, yellow lights of lamps and candles, promising comfort and supper and the deep peace of a well-earned rest. The sky overhead deepens from blue to violet, and the first faint stars begin to prick the twilight. A thin silver crescent of a new moon hangs in the west. The gentle burble of the stream is the only sound now, a constant, soothing lullaby. You feel all the cares of the world, all the memory of great deeds and long journeys simply melt away. Here, in the quiet heart of the Shire, there is only the slow turning of the seasons, the comfort of the earth, and the deep, abiding peace of home. Allow this feeling to sink into you. Allow the gentle rhythm of this place to become your own rhythm. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be. Simply rest, here, now. And as you rest, a gentle current seems to lift you. It is not a wind, but a soft, inexorable pull, like a river drawing you downstream. The golden lights of the smiles grow distant, the soft green hills of the Shire dissolving into the deepening twilight. You are not walking, but drifting, floating eastward on a silent, unseen road. The landscape changes around you, the gentle hills giving way to older, wilder lands. The small, friendly woods of the Shire become vast, ancient forests, their trees tall and dark against the star-filled sky. Your journey is without effort, without fear. It is a dream of travel, silent and swift. You pass over lonely plains where the wind whispers through the tall grasses. You cross slow, gray rivers that reflect the countless stars above. The air grows colder, sharper, filled with the scent of pine and stone. You feel you are climbing, rising slowly into the foothills of a great mountain range whose jagged peaks are silhouetted against the eastern sky. And then you begin to hear it. At first, it is just a faint murmur, a whisper on the edge of hearing, almost indistinguishable from the wind in the trees. But as you drift onward and upward, the sound grows clearer, more distinct. It is the sound of water, not the gentle chuckle of a Shire stream, but the sound of many waters, a chorus of falling and flowing, a constant, mighty music that seems to fill the air. The path you are on, now a narrow track of pale stone, begins to descend steeply. The air grows thick with the clean, sharp scent of pine needles and wet moss. The sound of the waterfalls is all around you now, a symphony of rushing, splashing, and roaring. Yet it is not a chaotic sound. It is a sound of immense and ancient peace, a sound that washes away all thought, leaving only a deep and profound calm. You come to a high, narrow ridge, and before you, the land falls away into a deep, hidden valley. And you know, without needing to be told, that you have come to Imladris. You have come to Rivendell. The valley is deep, its sides clad in dark pine and silver-barked birch. The last light of the evening lingers here, a soft, ethereal twilight that seems as if it might last forever. Far below, you can see the gleam of the river Bruinen as it winds its way along the valley floor, its waters foaming and churning as they cascade over countless waterfalls. And nestled in the arms of the valley, built upon terraces and spilling down to the river's edge, is the last homely house. It is not a single building, but a collection of graceful halls and colonnades, of slender towers and wide, welcoming porches. It seems to have grown out of the living rock of the valley, its lines mirroring the cliffs and the trees around it. There are no walls or fortifications to be seen. It is a house of peace, open and welcoming to the sky and the forest. Lights are shining there, not the warm, buttery yellow of hobbit lamps, but the clear, silver light of elven lanterns, shining like captured stars among the trees. You begin the long, winding descent into the valley. The path is steep but safe, cut into the side of the cliff. With every step downwards, the music of the water grows louder, and the air grows cooler and more fragrant. You can hear, woven into the sound of the falls, another sound, the faint, impossibly beautiful notes of a harp, and the distant echo of voices singing in a language as old as the mountains themselves. The song is not sad, nor is it joyful. It is simply beautiful. It speaks of starlight on water, of the memory of the sea, of the deep, slow life of the trees. You reach the valley floor, stepping onto a lawn of soft, green turf. The house of Elrond is before you now. You walk beneath an archway of stone into a wide courtyard open to the stars. A fountain plays in the center, its water catching the starlight and shattering it into 1,000 tiny diamonds. The air is filled with the scent of night-blooming flowers you cannot name, a fragrance that is both sweet and wild. You wander through the open halls and along wide, lamp-lit corridors. The architecture is light and graceful and strong. Pillars carved like the trunks of ancient trees hold up ceilings painted with silver stars. The sound of water is never far away. You can hear it murmuring in channels that run through the gardens and gurgling in hidden grottos. This is a place of healing, a place where time itself seems to flow differently. The weariness of your long journey, the memory of ages past, all of it falls away from you here. You feel clean and light and utterly at peace. You find your way to a wide stone terrace that overlooks the most powerful of the waterfalls. The river plunges over a sheer cliff here, a thundering curtain of white water that fills the air with a fine, cool mist. You can feel the deep vibration of the falls through the stone beneath your feet. A simple stone bench has been placed here, facing the water, and you sit, allowing the mighty, constant sound to wash over you and through you. The moon has risen higher now, and it casts a silver light over the roaring water, making it gleam and shimmer. The spray that touches your face is cool and refreshing. The elven song has faded, leaving only the eternal music of the river. Here, in the heart of Rivendell, protected by the mountains and the ancient magic of this place, you are completely safe. Here, you can let go of everything. Listen to the water. Feel its deep, unchanging rhythm. Let it become the rhythm of your own breathing, slow and deep and easy. Let the endless cascade of the falls carry away any remaining thoughts, any lingering concerns. There is only the sound, the cool air, and the deep, abiding peace of this hidden valley. You have traveled far, from the gentle hills of the Shire to this ancient sanctuary. And now, your journey for tonight is over. It is time to rest. Here, in the last homely house, sink into a sleep as deep and as peaceful as the valley itself. The deep, resonant hum of the waterfall in Rivendell has filled your senses, its constant, thundering rhythm a lullaby of immense power and peace. The cool mist has settled upon you like a gentle blanket, and the moonlight has washed the world in silver and shadow. You have rested here in this hidden valley, feeling the ancient magic of the last homely house seep into your very being, washing away all that is weary, all that is troubled. But now, a new current begins to stir in the air. It is not a wind, but a gentle, silent pull, a soft invitation to continue your journey deeper into the heart of Middle-earth, deeper into your own untroubled rest. The sound of the waterfall does not end abruptly, but begins to recede, as if you are drifting away from it on a slow, silent stream. The thunderous bass notes soften into a distant, gentle murmur, and then fade into a profound and welcoming silence. You find yourself moving, though you do not walk. You are carried southward, over the misty hilltops that guard the hidden valley, leaving the light of Elrond's house behind. You drift through a sky filled with the sharp, cold diamonds of Varda's stars. Below you, the land unfolds in shades of deep blue and charcoal gray. Forests, like pools of shadow. Rivers, like veins of liquid starlight. The journey is effortless, a slow and graceful glide through the quiet of the night, your body feeling weightless, your mind utterly serene. Slowly, the landscape below begins to change. The rugged hills give way to flatter, wooded lands. Two rivers, you can sense them more than see them, converge in the darkness below. One is the Silverlode, the celebrant, carrying the cool, clear memory of the mountains. The other is the Anduin, the great river, wide and slow and ancient. And where they meet, the very air begins to transform. The cool night air softens, growing warmer, imbued with a fragrance you have never known before. It is a scent of earth and flowers, of ancient bark and a faint, honeyed sweetness, as if the air itself is steeped in a timeless, golden afternoon. You are descending now, slowly, gently, drifting down towards the eaves of a forest unlike any other. This is the wood of Lórien, the land of dream. You come to rest on a soft carpet of grass at the forest's edge. Before you stand the trees. They are not the familiar oaks or beeches or pines of the world you know. These are the mighty Malorn, and their presence stills the very breath in your lungs. Their bark is not rough and dark, but smooth and pale, a soft, luminous silver gray that seems to hold the starlight and give it back with a gentle glow of its own. Their great trunks rise up and up and up, so high that you cannot see where their first branches begin. They are not trees, but living pillars holding up a canopy of gold. For the leaves of the Malorn are not green. They are a pale, shimmering gold. And as you drift deeper into the forest, you see that the light here does not come from the moon or the stars, which are now hidden by the dense roof of leaves. The light is born here. It is a soft, ethereal radiance that emanates from the golden leaves themselves, from the silver bark of the trees, from the very air. It is a light without a source, a gentle, shadowless illumination that fills every corner of this enchanted wood, bathing everything in a perpetual, peaceful twilight. The ground beneath your feet is not covered in fallen leaves or damp earth, but in a thick, soft lawn of grass. And spangled across this green carpet are flowers, tiny, star-like blossoms of pale white and shimmering gold. These are Nifredil and Eleanor, flowers of memory and starlight, and they bloom here out of season, for season has no meaning in this land. Time itself seems to sleep in Lothlórien. The weariness of the world, the rush of days, and the turning of years cannot enter here. There is only a deep, abiding peace, a stillness that is not empty, but full of a quiet, ancient life. You drift deeper, following a winding, unmarked path through the silver and gold. The silence is profound. It is a silence as deep as a pool of starlight, broken only by the faintest whisper, which might be a breeze high in the golden canopy, or might be the memory of elven song from a long-forgotten age. You feel the centuries resting here, settled like a fine, golden dust upon every leaf and every blade of grass. All sorrow, all fear, all haste simply dissolves in this air. It cannot exist here. There is only peace. Your effortless journey brings you to a green hill, rising from the forest floor, higher than the surrounding land. This is Cairn Amroth, the heart of the wood. The hill is crowned with 2 circles of trees. The outer ring is of Malorn, their golden leaves a shimmering crown against the soft light. But the inner circle is of white-barked trees, bearing no leaves, yet beautiful in their stark, graceful forms. And the grass upon this hill is covered in a snow of tiny white flowers, the Nifredil, like a carpet of fallen stars. You may rest here, on this quiet mound, and feel the essence of this land. This was a place of great love, a place of memory, and that feeling lingers, a warmth in the still air. Lying back on the soft, flower-strewn grass, you gaze up into the canopy, a ceiling of interlocking gold, where the gentle, sourceless light creates shifting patterns that soothe the eye and calm the mind. Here, in the heart of the golden wood, you can let go of everything. There is no past to trouble you, no future to concern you. There is only this perfect, peaceful, unending moment. This golden stillness. From the quiet hill of Cairn Amroth, your awareness drifts onward, deeper still into the wood, towards the place where the rivers meet. And here you see it. Caraz Galadon, the city of the trees. It is not a city of stone and mortar, but of light and living wood. Great platforms, called flets, are built high among the branches of the largest Malorn trees the world has ever known. They are connected by graceful, sweeping stairways that wind around the silver trunks, and by bridges of light that span the open air. From below, you see it as a constellation of soft lights, suspended in the golden gloom. Silvery white and pale gold lanterns, lit with the inner fire of elven craft, hang like captured stars among the branches. There is no noise, no bustle of a city, only the faintest murmur of existence, the distant, dream-like echo of a harp, a single, pure note that hangs in the air and then fades. You rise, weightlessly, up into the city, your spirit drifting through the still, warm air. You pass the silent flets, seeing the elegant, sweeping lines of elven architecture, all in harmony with the living trees. You are an unseen, peaceful observer, floating through a city that seems to be dreaming of itself. The power that holds this place in its timeless peace is palpable. It is the power of the Lord and Lady of the Wood, Celeborn and Galadriel. You do not see them, but you feel their presence as you feel the light or breathe the air. It is a presence of immense age, of deep wisdom, and of a vigilant, protective calm that keeps the wood safe from the cares of the outside world. It is a gentle but unbreachable wall of peace, and within it, you are perfectly, completely safe. You can feel all the knots of worry in your mind and body simply untie themselves and smooth away into nothing. Now it is time to journey on. You drift away from the City of Lights and find yourself at the bank of the great river Anduin as it flows, slow and majestic, out from the eaves of the Golden Wood. A small, simple boat of gray wood is waiting for you, rocking gently on the dark water. You settle into it, and it begins to move, carried by the river's silent, inexorable current, leaving the golden glow of Lórien behind. The river is your guide now, a slow and steady companion on your journey south. The golden light of the wood fades behind you, replaced once more by the deep, star-dusted indigo of the night sky. The only sound is the gentle, rhythmic lapping of water against the side of the boat, a soft, shushing sound, lap and hush, lap and hush, a perfect rhythm for sleep. The river is wide and smooth as dark glass, reflecting the stars above, so that you feel as if you are floating not on water, but through the cosmos itself, held between two fields of silent, glittering stars. For a long, peaceful time, you drift. The banks of the river are dark and indistinct, lined with silent trees, but as you float further south, the landscape begins to open up. The trees fall away, and the banks are replaced by vast, rolling plains that stretch as far as the eye can see, bathed in the soft, pre-dawn light that is now beginning to touch the eastern sky. You have come to the plains of Rohan, the Riddermark. The boat glides to a soft halt against a grassy bank, and you step out onto the cool, dew-kissed earth. The river continues on its way, its gentle murmuring a soft farewell. Before you lies a sea of grass. It rolls in gentle waves, rising and falling in endless, sweeping hills under an immense and open sky. A light breeze has begun to stir, and it moves through the tall grass with a soft, whispering sigh, a sound of immense space and profound peace. It is the only sound here, the sigh of the wind in the endless grass. The sun is not yet risen, but the sky is turning a soft gray, then a pale rose and violet in the east. The light spreads across the land, revealing its sheer, uncluttered vastness. There are no forests here, no great cities, only the wide, green earth and the endless sky. You feel a sense of profound freedom here, a release from all that is enclosed, all that is complex. The air is clean and fresh, carrying the simple, earthy scent of grass and damp soil. In the distance, on a lone green hill that rises from the plains like an island from the sea, you can see a settlement. It is Edoras, the court of the kings of Rohan, and at its peak, catching the very first rays of the morning sun, is the great hall of Meduseld. Its roof is thatched not with straw, but with gold, and it gleams with a soft, warm light, a beacon of welcome in the vast green landscape. It is not a fortress of cold stone, but a great home, a place of warmth and fellowship. From this peaceful distance, you can imagine the smell of wood smoke rising from its hearth, a thin, gray ribbon curling into the morning sky. You can almost hear the faint, distant whinny of horses, the famous steeds of the Rohirrim, greeting the new day. You do not need to go closer. You can simply rest here on a soft, grassy slope and watch as the sun rises, spilling its liquid gold across the sea of grass, making the great hall on the hill shine with a welcoming fire. The wind whispers its ancient song around you. The sky above is a canvas of breathtaking color, and you are held in the simple, powerful peace of this wide, open land. It is a place of steadfast strength and simple beauty, and its quietude sinks deep into your soul, soothing you, calming you, carrying you further down into rest. As the sun climbs higher, your journey continues, your spirit lifting from the grassy plains and drifting south once more. The green lands of Rohan roll away beneath you, and in the distance, a new sight comes to dominate the horizon, a colossal, unbroken line of mountains. These are the arid Nimrays, the White Mountains, their mighty peaks capped with eternal snow that gleams in the morning light. They are a silent, majestic barrier, their presence ancient and calming. You drift towards them and over them, floating through the cold, clear air above their highest, most silent peaks. You look down upon a world of white snow and dark, bare rock, a place of profound and utter stillness, untouched by the world below. Past the great mountains, the land changes again. You are now above the fertile fields of Gondor. The Pelennor, a great expanse of cultivated land, spreads out below you, protected by an outer wall. It is a landscape of order and peace, of green fields and blossoming orchards, of neat farmhouses and stone-lined lanes. It is a land that is cared for, a land that is safe. And then you see it. Built into the side of the great mountain Mindolluin, a sentinel against the east, is the city of Minas Tirith. It is a site of breathtaking, silent majesty. It is not one city, but 7, built on 7 ascending tiers, each carved from the living rock and built of gleaming white stone. The city is a cascade of white walls, towers, and terraces, rising 1,000 feet from the plain to its pinnacle. Your slow, drifting descent takes you towards the Great Gate. You pass through it, not as a physical being, but as a silent thought, a peaceful presence. You begin to ascend through the 7 levels of the White City. The first level is wide and busy, but as you rise, the city grows quieter, more rarefied. The sounds of the lower city, the distant clang of a smith's hammer, the murmur of voices, fade away into a respectful hush. The air grows cooler, clearer. The white stone of the walls and buildings around you feels immensely old, solid, and reassuring. This is a place of immense strength, of endurance, a fortress against all shadow, and you feel its protective power wrapping around you like a cloak. You rise through the 3rd level, the 4th, the 5th, each one a terrace of silent white stone and dark, polished rock, each one quieter than the last. You reach the 6th level, a place of healing and quiet contemplation. And finally, you ascend the last ramp, a shining path of white stone, and enter the citadel, the highest point of the city. Here, a profound silence reigns. You are on a great paved court, open to the sky. The stone beneath you is cool and smooth. In the center of the court stands a single tree. It is the White Tree of Gondor. It is bare of leaf, its branches stark and elegant against the deep blue of the sky, a symbol not of death, but of a long and patient hope. Beside it, a fountain plays, its water falling into a dark, still basin. The gentle, crystalline splash and murmur of the water is the only sound in this high, silent place. It is a sound of pure peace, of life continuing in the heart of stone. You move to the great battlement at the edge of the citadel. You are at the prow of the great stone ship of Minas Tirith, and from here, you can see the world spread out before you. You look down, 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 across the 7 levels of the city, across the green fields of the Pelennor, to the great river Anduin, a winding ribbon of silver in the distance. You can see the plains of Rohan to the northwest, the mountains you crossed, and far, far to the east, a faint, hazy line of shadow that is the mountains of Mordor. But from here, they hold no terror. They are merely a distant feature of the landscape, rendered powerless by the strength and peace of this high place. The sun is beginning to set now, and it paints the western sky in hues of orange, rose, and deep violet. The white stone of the city around you catches the last of the light, glowing with a soft, warm radiance. A few stars begin to appear in the darkening sky. The air is still and cool. The gentle music of the fountain is a constant, soothing presence. Here, at the summit of the White City, in the quiet of the citadel, you can finally come to a complete rest. You are held within walls of immense strength, under a vast and peaceful sky. The long history of the world of men slumbers in the stones around you, and its deep, quiet strength becomes your own. There is nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. You are safe. You are still. And here, in this profound and steadfast silence, you can let the last vestiges of the waking world fall away and surrender completely to the deep, dreamless sleep that awaits you. The cool stone of the high court of Minas Tirith still holds the memory of the day's warmth, a gentle heat that radiates up into the soles of your feet as you rest here, under the vast and silent dome of the night sky. The stars above are impossibly bright, scattered like a fine dust of diamonds across a velvet cloth of deepest indigo. The moon is not yet risen, and so their ancient light is all that illuminates the world. Beside you, the white tree stands, a pale and lovely silhouette, its new leaves whispering softly in a breeze that travels all the way from the sea. The fountain murmurs its endless, placid song, a sound of water and stone that has become the very rhythm of your rest. From this high vantage, the great city below is quiet. The age of war is over. The age of rebuilding, of healing, has passed into a long and gentle peace. The lights in the windows of the lower circles are like fallen stars, golden and warm, each one a small promise of safety, of home, of a life lived without fear of shadow. And as you rest here in this profound and settled peace, you feel a gentle shift, not in the world around you, but in the passage of time itself. The moments, the hours, the days, they begin to flow like the water in the fountain beside you. The seasons turn in a soft and seamless procession. Spring's tender green deepens into the lush fullness of summer. The golden light of autumn mellows the fields of the Pelennor, and the quiet, cleansing snows of winter blanket the peaks of the White Mountains. Year flows into year, a gentle river carrying the world forward. The reign of the king is long and good. The white tree blossoms and fruits, and its seeds are planted, and new white trees grow in the courts of the houses of the great. The city is filled with the laughter of children and the songs of peace. You feel this passage of time not as a loss, but as a deep and soothing current, carrying you away from the high stone citadel, away from the concerns of kings and kingdoms. You are drifting now, letting go of this place of strength and watchfulness. You float down through the 7 gates of the silent city. Your awareness, a single, weightless leaf on the breeze. You pass over the green and growing fields, where the scars of battle have long since vanished beneath waving grass and golden wheat. You drift over the great river, the Anduin, a slow, silver ribbon in the starlight. Its journey to the sea, a mirror of your own journey towards a final, quiet shore. The landscape of Middle-earth unfolds below you, a beautiful, sleeping map. You drift westward, ever westward. The rolling hills of Rohan, the deep, dark eaves of Fangorn Forest, the misty peaks of the mountains, they all pass beneath you like memories in a dream. You are not traveling over the land, but through the very heart of its long story, towards the final page. And as you drift, you feel the air change. It grows softer, cooler, and it carries a new scent, the clean, sharp, and deeply ancient fragrance of salt and the sea. The sound of the world changes too. The rustle of leaves and the murmur of rivers gives way to a deeper, more constant rhythm. It is the sound of the tide, the slow, eternal breath of the great ocean. Your journey ends here, in a long, sheltered inlet, a firth that runs deep into the land, its waters calm and gray and still. This is Mythland. These are the Grey Havens. You find yourself standing on a long quay of pale gray stone, worn smooth by the countless feet of elves who have stood here before, looking west. The air is cool and filled with the scent of pine from the hills that shelter the harbor, and the unmistakable, clean scent of the sea. The sun has set. The sky is a soft palette of dove gray and fading rose, and the first bright star of evening, the star of Arendelle, is a single, perfect jewel hanging above the western horizon. The water of the harbor is as smooth as dark glass, reflecting the soft colors of the twilight sky. There is no sound but the gentle, rhythmic lapping of the water against the stone quay, a sound like a slow, steady heartbeat. It is a place of immense peace, but also of a quiet, lingering sorrow, a place of endings, a place of farewells. Moored to the quay, waiting with a silent and patient grace, is a ship. It is unlike any vessel of the world of men. It seems to be carved from a single piece of white timber, its lines long and elegant. It has a tall, slender mast, and its sail, furled for now, is the color of new fallen snow. The prow is shaped like a graceful swan, its head bowed as if in slumber. Silver lanterns hang from its rigging, but they are not yet lit. They wait, like everything else here, for the final moment. This is the last ship. And you see that you are not alone on the quay. A small group is gathered near the gangplank. They are still, their forms outlined against the fading light. You feel no need to approach, only to observe, to be a quiet presence in this sacred, final moment. There are 3 who will remain, and several who will depart. You see the 3 friends, the hobbits, standing together. One, the gardener, stands solid and strong, though his shoulders are heavy. His love is a tangible thing, an anchor holding him to this shore. Beside him, the other 2 stand, their faces filled with a deep and solemn understanding. They have come to say goodbye to a friend who is dearer than a brother. And then you see those who are leaving. An old man who seems both ancient and ageless leans on a simple staff. His long white beard rests on a gray cloak, and his eyes, beneath the brim of a pointed hat, hold all the wisdom and weariness of a long and difficult age. His task is done. The long war is over, the shadow is defeated, and the path is clear for the world to heal. He is Gandalf, the Grey Pilgrim, and now, at last, he is going home. Beside him stand the last of the great elven lords of Middle-earth, a tall lord with dark hair and a face that is both kind and stern, timeless and noble. In his eyes, you can see the memory of Starlight from the dawn of the world. He is Elrond, the master of the last homely house, the keeper of lore, and the bearer of Vilya, the ring of air. His time in this world is over. The power of his ring is fading, and he must follow his heart into the west. And with him, a lady, tall and slender, her golden hair catching the last light of the sun, weaving it into a living crown. Her white gown flows around her like mist, and her presence is one of both immense power and profound serenity. She is Galadriel, the Lady of the Golden Wood, the bearer of Nenya, the ring of water. The light in her eyes is as deep and bright as the stars, but it, too, is fading from these shores. The magic of Lothlórien will wither. The forest will become just a forest, and she must now depart, her long exile at an end. With them are two others, small in stature, but immense in the weight of their journey. An old hobbit, his face a map of countless adventures and long years, his eyes bright with a childlike wonder that has never left him. He is Bilbo, the first of the ring-bearers of his age, and he is weary now, stretched thin by the long, unnatural years. He is ready for his final adventure. And last, another hobbit, his face quiet and pale. He carries no visible burden, but you can feel the deep, invisible wounds that time has not been able to heal. The memory of darkness, of fire, of a terrible weight. It lingers in the quiet depths of his clear gray eyes. He is Frodo, who carried the One Ring to the fire. He saved the world, but not for himself. And so the grace has been granted. He too may pass over the sea to a land where all hurts are at last made whole. There are no grand speeches, no loud proclamations. The farewells are spoken in quiet voices, lost in the gentle sound of the water. You see the gardener, Samwise, weeping without sound, his face buried in his friend's shoulder. You see the love and the heartbreak of this final parting, a sorrow as deep and as wide as the sea itself. Frodo places a hand on his friend's shoulder, a gesture of comfort, of gratitude, of a love that will never end, even with this final separation. He gives him a book, bound in red leather, its pages filled with their story, now for Samwise to finish. Slowly, so slowly, those who are leaving turn towards the ship. Gandalf goes first, his staff tapping softly on the wooden gangplank. Then Elrond and Galadriel, moving with the unearthly grace of their kind. Old Bilbo follows, looking back one last time with a small, wistful smile. And finally, Frodo. He pauses at the top of the gangplank and turns, his gaze finding his friends on the shore. He raises a hand, a simple, final wave. A goodbye. And then he is gone, aboard the ship. The lines are cast off, falling into the dark water with a soft splash. There is no sound from the ship itself, no creak of wood, no shouted orders. It begins to move, gliding away from the stone quay as silently as a dream. It moves out into the center of the long firth, its swan prow parting the still gray water, leaving a wake as smooth as polished silver. The elves aboard the ship begin to sing. Their voices rise up in the twilight, a song of farewell that is both beautiful and heartbreaking. It is a song of the sea, of the stars, of the long road home to a land that has been yearned for across 1,000 years of exile. The melody weaves through the cool, salt-scented air, a silver thread of sound that hangs in the quiet, and it fills you with a sense of profound peace, a release from all sorrow. As the ship moves further down the firth, a wind comes from the hills, a gentle sigh that fills the great white sail. The sail unfurls, catching the last of the light, and it seems to glow with a soft luminescence of its own. The silver lanterns on the rigging are lit, not by flame, but by an inner light, and they sparkle like captured stars as the ship glides silently, steadily towards the open sea. The three hobbits stand on the shore, watching until the ship is just a white glimmer in the distance, until the sound of the singing has faded into the murmur of the tide. And then they, too, turn, their own journey not yet over, and walk slowly back into the growing darkness of the world they have saved. But your awareness stays here, at the water's edge, your gaze following the path of that last, lonely ship. It passes the last headlands and sails out onto the great ocean, the Sundering seas. And here, something miraculous happens. The world begins to change. For this ship is not sailing on the bent seas of the mortal world. It has been granted passage upon the straight road, a path that is no longer visible to men, a memory of the world as it was before the fall of Númenor. As the ship sails west, the gray water beneath its hull seems to turn to glass. The sky above transforms. The veil of the world, the mists of memory and time, begins to part. The stars overhead grow larger, brighter, burning with a cold, pure, and holy fire. The air grows clear, so clear that it seems you can see to the very edge of existence. The ship sails on, through a profound and holy silence, leaving the circles of the world behind. And then, far, far in the west, beyond the edge of the night, a light begins to grow. It is not the light of the sun or the moon. It is a soft, pure, and unchanging light. A light that seems to be the source of all light. And through the mists that are now drawing back like a final curtain, you see it, a far shore, a glimpse of white sands, and beyond them, a far green country, bathed in an endless twilight of silver and gold. You hear a sound, carried on the wind across the sea of glass. It is the sound of singing, but a different song now. A song of welcome, a song of healing, a song of peace that will never be broken. The white ship sails on, towards that light, towards that shore, growing smaller and smaller, until it is just a single point of silver light against the far green country. And then, it is gone. The vision fades, the curtain of the world closes once more, and you are left with only the sea, the great, empty, and endless sea, stretching out to a horizon that now holds only the gentle light of the rising moon. You are back on the shores of Middle-earth. The gray havens are empty. The last ship has sailed. The age of myth is over. The magic is fading from the world, like the scent of rain after a storm has passed. The world is quieter now, simpler. It has been left to its own devices, to the hands of men, to the turning of the seasons, to the slow and steady rhythm of ordinary life. And here, on this empty shore, in this profound and settled quiet, there is nothing left to do, nothing left to see. The story is over. The great book is closed. All the tales have been told. All the journeys have reached their end. All that remains is the sound of the water, the gentle, ceaseless whisper of the tide, pulling out and flowing in. A soft, rhythmic shushing sound, as the small waves lap against the sand and then draw back again. In and out, in and out. A sound of endless peace, a sound that washes away all thought, all memory, all care. Let the sound of the water be the only thing you hear now. The slow, soft, gentle breath of the sea, rocking you, soothing you, carrying you deeper and deeper into a calm and dreamless sleep. Deeper and deeper into the quiet of the new age, the quiet of the long night, the quiet of perfect, untroubled rest. Sleep now. Sleep.